Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so he doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in... If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly! Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here.
I need to color correct my screen.
Bitch.
I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. How's she not dead? Please.
Peek? It's not peek.
This is my will.
Poggers, bitch. Oh my god, please, no.
Hello. Okay, I've got a few things to do. First of all, how do I even know if I'm streaming right now? I have no idea. Turn it off! It's so... Oh my god!
Man, shut up, Ballsy.
Macaroni in a pot? No, no one got the reference? That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. Time for bed. Ross. Joe?
Kill.
Joe?
Who did you kill?
Joe?
Who did you kill?
I
Kim
killed
Chi-Woo?
Moogle! How did that even happen?
We're going back to... Yeah, okay, look up and hold space. There you go.
Oh my
What
god.
the hell was that?
Oh my god. See, it's not just me. I don't make weird noises, just not just me. I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny. In the messages, you'll see the version and the IP. Can we live together again? We will find all of the animals again. Yes. And all the diamond armor to the pros with. Oh my god. Nina, of course I'll be your Minecraft waifu. I love you so much. A little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part. It's such a chore, like you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to wash the cup after. I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair. Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, pen. Oh my god. It's been so long. Oh, I can't hear anything. Hold on. I'm so tired. How are you, Pan? How are you doing today? It's been a long day for me. I did so much stuff. I did so many things. Pan, you got first today? Wow. Wow. Congratulations. Oh my god. It's been so long. It has been. What have you been up to? I'm really, really thirsty. Hold on. I can't get in my chair. Okay, so there's so many. Oh my god, there's so many things around my desk, okay? It's very complicated right now. They're painting the apartment, so everything we had to put from the balcony into the home, so it's kind of crazy. Where's my water? I found it. This is empty water. This is new water. You've just been vibing? What have you been vibing to? Games or anything? Chilling anywhere? Friends? And my hair part is like crazy. It doesn't want to stay down. My hair likes to like stick straight up and out. Do you see that? It doesn't want to go down. Just go down, please. New water. Yes, new water. Okay, we're gonna play Jackbox today. I've been vibing in Dead Cells? What's that? Game? Is that a game? I'm kind of dead. I'm wondering how Jackbox is gonna be with me being this dead. I'm not forcing myself to stream, guys. I love streaming. This is relaxing to me, but I'm like just extra dead today. For reasons of I cleaned the whole damn apartment. I see it. Ooh, I'm stuck in ads. No. Come back. Hold on. I need to set this further. Closer. Can you see me now? I think you can see me a little better now. You're in ads. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did put ads 8 minutes in because I was supposed to stream. I was supposed to stream at 7. I'm late. I do have to hop into a call with Namu so we can get a games started. Games. I'm in a call now. Kimchi's never late. You're right. I'm never late to my own streams. Dude, so crazy. So crazy. I went to the chiropractor. I can feel my fingies now. I can feel them. I couldn't feel them a month ago. But he cracked my shoulder back into place and now I can feel my hand. Crazy. Going to see a professional helps you. Yeah, I know. And then I went to the eye doctors, but I got a different optometrist and she was really, really good. She was very patient and like she found the perfect prescription for my left eye, which is crazy because ever since I started wearing glasses, I have never been able to see out of my left eye. They've always got it like the prescription incorrect. So it's just crazy. Sounds painful, but very worth it. I love patient people. Me too. Especially if it's your doctor that's patient, that's like plus 10 cookies. plus 10 cookies. I can't type today. Since I cleaned so much, my wrist is actually like super frozen in place. Plus 100 cookies. I'll give you 1,000, Pan, just for you. But what have you been up to today besides just vibing? This week? What did you do this week? Did you have anything crazy this week? My ear wants to be free. It wants to like have, you know, like air. My ears want to be free. It gets hot under all this hair. For some reason, so the first day I wash my hair, it's just so humid. Because it stays damp. Like, I took a shower at like 3. And it's 7:25 and my hair is still damp because it's so thick. I'll give you 100,000 cookies. I would die. I would be deceased. That sounds good though. I could probably get through them. Probably. Oh yeah, I went to Cool Kayak's birthday stream yesterday. It was so fun. I absolutely love the vibes in her channel. It was so cute. I loved it. I loved it so much. Well, no, really, I've just been helping my mom out since she wasn't feeling well, but I usually never do much anyways. I love fun. Yeah. Helping your mom out sounds like a good time, too. Let me see. I'm starting to get a headache, and I'm wondering if it's a good idea to drink or not, because I have tequila and guava juice, but I don't know. I should probably drink more water. I didn't drink enough water today. I really tried today. I was like, every time I took a break... Okay, when I have a cleaning compulsion, I guess is what we should call it, I kind of go non-stop. I've been cleaning basically from 9 a.m. to 3. I was cleaning. Thank you for the hug, Pan. Let me hug you back. Let me give you a big hug. I should make a command for big hug. Yeah, so how many hours? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. So I cleaned for 6 hours straight. And I was just like on a roll. And then after that, I had stuff to do still. I shipped out an order that came in from my Etsy, and I also, what else did I do? I went to the chiropractor and I had to get food, so I have sushi in the fridge for me right now. It's gonna be amazing, because I'm gonna have it whenever I get hungry in like 2 hours or something like that. So, actually, I think I have to ping Namu on Twitch. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this. Hopefully you guys don't hear his stream because it's probably gonna be loud. Yeah, okay, cool. We're good, we're good. You guys can't hear him at all. Pan, if you want to play Jackbox, if you want to play Jackbox, you can join us if you want to. Sushi is always very nice. Dude, I freaking love the place that I go to, but I felt so bad. So since it was just me getting sushi, they were like, oh, you want to sit at the sushi bar? And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And it was not prepared. Okay, so I had been cleaning from 9 to 3. I went to the dollar store because I needed to get shipping, like bubble blah 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 bubs. Okay, so I had to get I had to get shipping thingy. What is it? The bubble something. I don't have a brain right now. Okay. So I had to get the shipping thing and packing tape. I got this. I'm trying my darnest. But basically, and then I went to the post office after that, and then I went to the chiropractor, and that dude cracked the heck out of my back and neck and everything. He pulled my leg too, because I'm having hip issues. He pulled the leg out and back in, and I was like, what the fuck? What is this? It was crazy. And then I went to go eat sushi. So I was already really tired. So I was at the sushi bar, and they're like talking to me, and I was just like, uh-huh. Oh yeah, that's so cool. And I was very distraught. I literally just wanted to eat there, silently chew my food, and then dip. I felt like I was dampening the mood at the sushi bar table, and I felt so bad for it. But what could I have done? I was so tired. I really, like, I didn't choose to sit at the sushi bar. They were like, you should just sit here because we'll take care of you. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, for sure. And then I got there and they were like, my daughter's hair is, I don't know, she started talking about her daughter's hair. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah. Because they were asking me things like, oh, do you do your hair, or do you get it done somewhere? Oh my god, it would be like $400, $500 to get it done. I was like, yeah. Packing plus packing, stuffing, packing. You know, I quit. Is the bubble packet? Wait. Bubble mailer. Is the bubble mailer. It's fair, the kimchi, you were already exhausted as it. And then the guy that came in, he came and sat down, right? He was like, oh, it's quiet at the bar today. And I was like, I'm sorry. I'm not good at conversating. I did not choose to sit here. I wasn't frustrated or anything. I was just like, bro, anything you say is going somewhere else. It's fair, the kimchi. Oh, see, I helped. You did help, actually. You did help. Yeah. It was crazy, though. And then I was like, do I get boba? And I really thought about it. I thought really hard. And I told myself no. Because if I would have got boba, first of all, I only ate half my food because that was the first thing I ate today. And then if I were to get boba on top of that, I would probably... Yeah, it just would not be a good idea. Boba. And I have boba at home. I can make it. It just takes how long to make, and then I have to clean up. It's a whole thing. I did get these, though, at the dollar store. It looks like it says wedgies. Why does it say wedgies? So boba next time. I want to do a cooking stream. Do you guys want to do a cooking stream? I was thinking of doing a crafting stream tomorrow. We do some crafting tomorrow. Would you like some wedgies? Would you like some wedgies? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on, give me a second. sure you want some wedgies? Are you sure? Okay, Namu's about to hop in this call. What is this from? It's from an anime, no? Oh. It's from fucking Hunter x Hunter. How can I not know that? I'm wearing a Hunter x Hunter jersey. Hello? Next stream sounds fun though. Depends on what wedgies you speak of. I don't want to give you any wedgies. No wedgies. I love candy. Hold on, I want to read this paper. I need a calculator. Calculator. Never mind. It's the correct numbers. Unfortunately, so I have degenerative disc disease. I found that out on Monday. And so for the coffee, Ko-Fi, whatever, it's just to help pay for the treatments, because it's gonna be a lot. And on top of that, I have physical therapy, and I didn't even include that, so it's kind of crazy. I completely forgot. I was like, what the heck is that thing over there? Over there. Over here. This thing. Yeah. So that's why I have so much pain in my arms and my back and my shoulder blade. Just kind of crazy. Just a little bit. I hope you feel better. I feel much better already, and it's only been the first week. So I'm hoping that I feel like close to 100% in the upcoming weeks. I kind of think though that I might have a tear in my shoulder because of how long I've been going through this painful process. But yeah, we'll worry about that when we get there. We're just going through the motions, you know? Oh my god! Oh my god, I knew you were gonna do something crazy.
Hi B, how are you?
Wow.
The queen bee has arrived. How are you?
Jeez, Namu. I don't even think my... Oh wait, it did pick that up. Cause you know how I have to change it every time? It picked it up. How dare. You crazy. I freaking love that one. That one's so funny.
At least I didn't want like be. Oh my god! You know what? I should have done that.
What?
I should have. I should have gone like a biatch. Yeah, the biatch.
Nah, you gotta do a separate one each time.
Vibing like a boss ass messy bees. Oh yeah, B. Oh, but yeah, B. It's been a while. Well, I'm glad you're here. And also, we're gonna go ahead and play some Jackbox soon. So if you want to like join in, you're more than welcome to. We don't know like what we're gonna start off with though.
I know what we're gonna start off with.
What is there?
Whatever you want to start off with.
That was lame. That was really lame. And B says hello, hello, fellow friend of Namu.
Hello. Hello,
I mean, if
hello.
anything,
Wanna do
we
a
can,
multi-stream?
yeah, we can do multi-stream.
This one's the first one that pops up when I have a multi-stream. When I
Alright.
type in multi, it's the first one. Because it's every Friday. It's like, oh, it's Friday? Here you go.
Gotcha. Let me see. I mean, I guess we can just start off with the murder trivia party, since that seems to
Sure.
be like the most, well, one of the most popular ones.
Let's play the top 5. Let's look up Jackbox.
Top 5. Catch you in the next one. Hey, I got you, Snipes. Again, thank you so much for joining in the raid. Really appreciate you, and really appreciate Cupcake. Tell her thank you so much, and yeah. I don't know. I'm just like, my brain is going like mushy right now.
Are you okay?
No.
Oh, okay. So, Fibbage, Quiplash, Trivia Murder Party, you don't know Jack, and faking it.
I will put out this. I don't want any like drawing games, drawing games, and also I do not want to do that rapping game either because, well, we had like pretty bad experiences with them. Just put it out
Okay.
there. So no t-shirt KO and no I forgot that rap battle one.
That's completely fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
Can I move these? Yo. Yo.
Oh, and also let me go ahead and and let me I
Yo.
just put you in as well, and also
Louie.
let me stream this on the Discord.
Nice, nice.
Gotta make sure. Yes, you acquired Twitch.
Require everything. I think Pan wanted to join too. Pan, are you in Namu's Discord?
Oh, he should be. So let's Pan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's she.
That way you can watch
They?
the live stream there. So don't be too laggy. You don't have to talk if you don't want to, but
Yeah, you don't have to talk.
you are okay. Good.
Yeah, let me. Also, let me go ahead and
That was cute. You never talk. Pan, I've heard you talk before. You are liber. You're a true certified liber right now. Why you be libing to me?
Jackbox TV.
I was heating up frozen pizza.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. There we go. And I'm a heart. Okay. The room code is right here, everyone. And if you'd like to join in, you're more than welcome to. But why is there a window bar? There we go. You guys do see the Jackbox stream on the live chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That does not help, Illumi.
Hello, Kalalo. Bernard. Bernard.
Bernard.
No. No, Bernard.
Oh, your baby's asleep. Dude, try to take advantage for it for sure, Lily. And I'm glad that your baby's asleep.
Sleepy baby.
Yeah, Lily's newborn child has a bit of a problem. So her newborn has a colic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, my audio doesn't go onto the VOD. It plays on stream, but it's separated and it doesn't get recorded onto the VOD. The only down part about that is that I have to create sound captures for every application. So if I forget something and have to add it and then but it's worth it because you guys get to hear the listen to the music. Okay, yeah. Anyways. Wait, what? Spotify paused while transmit? No, don't do that. The fuck? Oh yeah, for sure. Message me on Discord, and
Wait, say
I
again?
can help you with it. No, you don't have to down. Well, I'm
Hold on,
talking
let
to
me-
someone in chat. I'm gonna mute real quick.
All right, go ahead.
So basically, it depends on what streaming service you're using. So
I swallowed her and rocked her, and she's out like
if you're using Streamlabs
dude, that's
OBS,
See?
it's not gonna work. But if you use OBS
I'm really
Studios,
happy for you,
it'll
really.
work.
I really am.
Which one do you use?
That's amazing.
Do you stream? I'll give you a follow.
All right, and also trying to find Kimchi stream somewhere.
It's hidden for you. You're not allowed. No boys allowed here.
Uh-huh.
You use both Stream Endless and I think Streamlabs. Okay. Then it's probably not gonna work, but there is a different way to do it. It's just way more
found ya.
complicated and I haven't done it that way. Wait, you're not using multi-stream?
I'm using my phone right now.
Oh,
This is more better.
okay. Yeah, it's so much better when you're streaming, so you don't have to have multiple things up.
Yeah. Hey, welcome in, Pan.
I would highly suggest using
Also-
OBS Studios though. It's like so streamlined and has no faults.
Last one before sleep? Okay, I got you.
Wow, Namu. Oh, if you use OBS Studio, then perfect. Perfect. Good. That one's perfect
Oh,
for it.
God. Hey, this is on
What
my
are you
channel.
looking at?
What?
Oh, your shout out.
Yeah. I'm about to call my boyfriend so we can hang out for a bit. Yeah, no, do what you gotta do, Lily. Definitely focus on yourself and definitely give yourself some like good
A
rest. And
20?
we'll
How'd you
definitely
get 20?
we'll definitely talk some more afterwards. And yes, good job rolling that natural 20. Unlike someone here who doesn't get that number.
Hey! Do you know how special you have to be to always roll low?
So what you're saying is you're not special.
No, I always roll low. What are you talking about? You're confusing me. My head hurts.
Lauro, hi, how's it going? Lauro, did you want to join in the Jackbox? We just started.
Yeah, if anyone else wants to join, go ahead. And then if you wanted to be in the Discord, we'd have to approve it, right? I think that's the new rules now.
Yeah, so if okay, so here's the thing. Like if you're new and then you're gonna try going to my Discord, I'm gonna say you're gonna have to wait for the verification because I need to see like if you guys are pretty chill and cool and whatnot. Because last time I had someone in my Discord, someone just like left really explicit images and text. So that's why my Discord is a little bit tight right now. And I got you, Laura. You're just leaving work right now. And if you like to join back, if you like to join in, you're more than welcome to. But yes. And I'll also see on Kimchi's chat, you're not funny on Jackbox, and that doesn't matter. But yeah. So like, if you want to join in the Discord chat and the call, I'm just gonna have to say you guys have to wait for that because I need to like moderate better for this kind of thing since there's like a lot of
Basically, Namu's Discord is exclusive now.
for now. And besides,
Sorry, I'm chaotic.
I seriously don't want to like bring like more of those things into the Discord, if you know what I mean.
I think I remember that day.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Oh yeah, it was everyone. Those guys kept spamming, and I was like, "What the frick?"
Yeah, that's hard.
But,
I feel
you know
like
what?
that usually happens when you put ! Discord in your title.
Oh, that's true as well. Well, let's
Got a
go ahead
shower
and-
post-workout, BRB? For sure. Have a good shower.
Let's definitely start it off. I guess we can just do 4 of us, and then like if more people want to join in, they can join in later.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay. Hold on a second. All right, everybody's in. Let's go and start.
I burped.
You burped.
Yes. Okay.
The Murder Hotel.
Moda.
Yeah, let's get that.
Moda. Wait, why is mine not... What? Am I supposed to pop your stream out? Oh, that's how I usually have it. I'm big dumb right now.
Oh yeah, I was about to say your stream is showing showing your
Shh, Namu, I know.
Jack
I'm
Boss.
being big dumb. I'm sorry. What the fuck
Oh.
is a peppermint?
I may get this wrong.
Oh, I probably got this wrong.
Who got the question right?
Ah!
Maybe dead.
The rest of you, it's time.
Lumi. What's the answer?
Welcome
Watermint
to the
and
killing
spearmint.
room. This one's just about
have
me
gifts.
giving you a gift.
Okay, I like gifts. Oh shit.
These are precious family treasures I give away as
That was
punishments.
hella loud.
Pick a box and
Yeah,
give
I'll-
these
No,
to
I'm
us.
knowing.
I'll choose a black one. What was
Ah!
that?
What the
Oh,
fuck?
it's my mother's wig. Put
No,
it on.
I don't want it.
Mother,
What the
off of the screen when we
Dipsy,
buried
I
it.
never knew you had a child.
That child's a
how's it
I'm
murderer.
not comfortable with silence,
Are you doing
so
hawk?
talk
I
to
probably
the
shouldn't say
elevator
that loud.
Well, I didn't hear what you said, so
Good.
Let's try another one.
And Hawk, if you'd like to
Which
join in,
word
you're more than
does
welcome
not
to.
appear in the Queen song Bohemian Rhapsody?
Oh shit. Does not appear.
Who picked
Shit.
this?
Illumi?
Of course, Illumi
Oh,
got this.
mother.
Doing
I
good. How are
can't
you?
say
I'm
You
just
didn't
glad
read
today's
it,
the
Pan? It's
today's the
okay.
weekend. I get
The
to
rest of you.
relax.
Time for
I'm
consequences.
doing
You're
good as well.
relaxing?
Yes.
Bonjour. Welcome back to the killing room.
Couldn't be me.
Imagine.
It's magic time.
Wait, why are you not in here?
Who?
Pick a space in
Oh,
this box to hide
oh,
yourself.
oh!
Some spots are better than others, but don't overthink it.
You gotta hide. I think it's because I have his mama's
It's time
wig.
for the volunteers.
Oh, that's.
Now, can you
That's
confirm
stupid.
that we've never met before?
Wait,
Just
where's my
kidding.
wig?
A little magician banter. You get a sword.
I guess your wig is
On
gone.
your device, choose a row or a column. Parry, thrust. This trick usually kills at
Oh my
parties.
god.
Hey, everyone be cool and don't.
Oh, there's my wig.
And I'm glad you're here, Hawk. Like, what
My new hair.
What you up to? What you doing? What's your weekend plans? What's your social security? Wait,
Let's
what?
keep moving. How far does a horse have to run in the Kentucky Derby?
Mother's maiden name, please.
Oh, you still have the you still have the wig.
Who picked this?
Shit.
What Illumi's
frick,
cheating.
Illumi?
Illumi's, you're
I can't
cheating.
protect you forever.
There's
Look
no
at
fucking
you.
way, Illumi.
Come with me.
Oh my god, I dropped my candy.
Freaking Illumi.
I missed my mouth.
You missed your mouth.
Yeah.
Ah, the lost art of letter writing.
Candy fell in my lap.
shit. But yeah, Hawk, if you'd like to join in, you're more than welcome to.
Write down as much of what I say as you can.
No, I hate this
The
one. I
player who
always
writes
press
the fewest
enter.
of my words will die. Okay, let me lean back in this chair and get my feet up. And we begin. Dear guests, many of you have complained about the hissing
Oh
coming
my
from the air conditioning. I assure you it is working just fine and that the noise is coming from the snakes in the walls. Poisonous snakes are very noisy. Time's up.
Shit!
Okay, now let me just collect your letters and here's how you did. Well,
Yeah,
one of you is
right,
the worst.
Kimchi. Yeah, you suck at this.
I can't send this letter. Are you kidding me?
Hi, my name is. Hi. Pan, I love you.
Pan.
Stop. That was great.
Man, you're freaking amazing. You just went out like
You're
a
toast
champ.
now, but your options. Keep
I don't wanna
playing,
talk
and you
about
just
it.
might steal someone else's life force and win the game.
I've been just trying to sleep for the last couple of hours. Wait, are you just like are you just having a hard time to sleep right
The
now?
one player is left alive. We'll go to the final round.
I'm gonna try to give yourself some
Next
good sleep.
question.
Like maybe I don't know, drink some like
How
nice
long is
warm.
one term in office for a
warm
United
drink?
States Senator? If you're in the audience, you should answer too.
I forgot. I totally forgot.
Audience, who are you?
Who picked this?
Yay!
One of you is still alive.
Oh shit, how did I know
Follow
that?
me.
I get you. That's kind of the same with me, I guess. I
It's
do.
the mind
I
meld.
think I do got
Type
myself
in
a
an
little bit
answer
of
that fits this category.
insomnia.
Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Get to writing.
Simpsons?
Mm-hmm. The Simpsons.
Oh my god, I don't know.
You don't know?
Now,
Well, I
let's
just
see
got
if there
something.
are any matches. Oh, super. You're so unpredictable and you get to live.
Wait a
No
minute. Who the fuck is
fun.
Abraham Simpsons? Wait, that's so cheap.
Oh, by the way, the audience is a player now and can win the whole frickin' game. If you're not ready now, you can join the audience whenever. It's like super low pressure.
And also, yeah, so it's like do what you can. Like I don't know, making you. My nephew
try
was
another
literally
one.
binge watch all seasons. of The
Illumi, how are
Simpsons.
you winning
Rabbit.
this?
I forgot how many
Francine is a monkey.
seasons there
What is
are.
Arthur?
Oh, I know this. I know this.
A
We
dog,
watched
right?
them again. Don't
He's
they
a
have, like,
dog,
like,
right?
More than like.
He's a dog,
25
right,
seasons?
Namu?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Why would you not tell me? I thought we were friends.
Nah.
This.
32
Only a
seasons
ghost
of
got it wrong.
Simpsons.
That's annoying.
What?
Why is there 32?
Let's keep moving. Which of these Shakespearean characters is not also a common noun?
What? I don't
I
know.
don't know either.
Illumi, I swear to god, if you get this right.
This.
Nope. It's
Pan! Good job, Pan.
I want to show you something.
What's that?
Math! It's back, baby!
Let's do math.
Do as much math as you can before time runs out.
I hate
Math,
this.
math,
The
math,
worst,
math, math,
you
math,
die.
math.
Let's go. There's just something about numbers, right?
Right.
I'm frozen.
Only a couple seconds of math left. Tying is still
Lumi,
losing.
why you tie me? Namu, how the hell did you double us? Excuse me. Didn't know we were.
I got any fun plans for the weekend? Not really. I mean, I don't know. Well, I'm just like chilling out during the weekend, I guess.
You've made it so far, but can you escape?
Can you escape?
I'm going to give you a
Escape.
category. Celebrity perfumes. Tap each answer that. Let's see the right answer.
I don't know. I don't know.
You move forward one space for each correct answer.
What about you, Hog? Yeah, I think I'm just like I think I'm just like chilling out at my home.
Did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's cute.
Oh,
If
and
the
work on the
person
D&D
comes up with
stuff.
you, they will
Like,
steal your life force.
Oh yeah,
They
when
can
is that
escape and
starting?
win the game.
I have no idea.
Here's everyone's next question.
There's no adults here.
And they get a third chance to
Howdy,
help them
adults.
catch up to you.
There's no adults. There's no adults. No adults here. There's only big boys and big
Almost up.
girls.
Oh!
It is, and you know what? It also like gives me some time to like think about what to do for the
Does the
D&D
audience
things on
know they
the
can
on the
play this
Discord.
part?
So yeah, on the Discord, I'm gonna do some like
Muscles
D&D
speaking the
campaigns.
body.
And Hawk, if you want to like create a character, you're more than welcome to, and just like join the shenanigans.
What are your muscles?
Yes.
Yes.
Here
Oh,
comes the next
Illumi's
question.
Illumi's catching you.
Well, of course,
Primates.
Lumi would know this. Primates? Guess.
Chat, if you thought I was smart, you thought wrong.
You thought wrong. Also, chill looking for me watching some movies. Ooh, wait, what movies are gonna watch? Oh, and also, Hawk, I will be having a watch party next week as well. We're gonna watch Everything Everywhere All at Once
Human body
movie.
systems.
I don't know this.
Time is
You
almost
know,
up.
nothing about D&D, which is totally fine because like
Ah!
the campaign I'm making it's more for like for those who
The
are
tables have
starting
turned.
off with or they're just having a good time.
Let's go,
There's
Lumi.
always room in the darkness.
Just letting you know, like if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to.
Poems.
But I think it's pretty fun for you. Just gonna...
Yes, let's go.
Baseball pitches.
I probably got that one wrong. Oh wait, I got it right.
Yeah, you
Let's
got
go.
it
You cannot run that ghost forever.
We're so close, Namu.
Yep.
Snoopy's siblings. Snoopy has siblings? Oh fuck, I got all of it wrong.
Some Jilly movies.
No. No.
I'll try to be there.
Fully
Can I pass up this moment?
Time is almost up.
I don't know.
Yes.
Oh
I'm
wow.
going too easy on you.
No, you're not.
Just go for the one that I would
More
know.
stolen life force.
Like how many
No.
Studio
Always happen on Sunday.
Studio Ghibli movies are gonna watch tomorrow? Yes.
Fuck. Fuck.
Yes.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Let's go, Lumi. You got this. I believe in you.
Excuse me, do I know this guy? Who is this guy named Namo? I don't know. Who is this? Who is this guy?
And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna guess.
Fuck. Lumi, what? Bruh. I'm dead. I'm dead. Sheesh.
I think 3. Well, you don't have to tell me what movies they're gonna be. I'll just be there. I'll just try to be there. Let me
Bad
survive.
Vacation in Blood Money. Oh my god.
Oh, we're gonna reboot. You go for Phasmo? I guess, but not tonight. I want to do. Damn. Kimchi Beach. But like maybe later on for sure.
Phasma sounds fun.
It's been a while since I played Phasmo.
Me too. I don't even know how to play it. I just lean on you guys. I mean, what?
No, I heard you.
No, I think you need to clean your ears, mister.
No, I think it's good.
Did you check?
I did check
Did you say and then check your ears? How?
with my pinky.
Oh. Oh my god.
I know, I'm disgusting. Because of fun, and I'm a noob in Phasmo. I mean, when did you start playing that game? And yeah, Hawk, if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to. And Lumi, where's Lumi?
Illumi.
Lumi,
Illumi
where are you?
fell
Oh,
asleep while we were playing. Illumi won, but the win was just from accidentally typing things while snoring.
And then like 10 seconds later, wait, what? I'm gonna try and sleep again. If not, I'll be back. Hey, I got you, Hawk. Yellow Bite, welcome in. How are you? I don't know if that's coming from your chat or my chat, but please let us
No
know.
idea.
Yeah, please let us know that you're here on the chat. We're just trying to like moderate some good games here. If not, we will have to.
Ventro!
Ben, is that you?
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing, Ventro? How are you doing? You're calling me
Welcome in,
cute? Come
welcome
on, ew. Oh, there's a Lumi.
Lumi, there you are.
Yeah. Also, Vent, if you want to join in the Discord call, just go to the standby room and we'll just put you in.
Drag you in, he meant.
Yeah, drag you in.
By your ears. Like when your mother is mad at you because you didn't do your chores.
Yes. And again, Yodobite, please put something on the chat, or we will have to like.
I can
make a new
find
room.
out. Hold on, I can find out.
Oh, you could find out,
who's
yeah.
chat. I don't think it's mine.
Let me see. I don't see online either.
I don't know, man.
Saying bye. Got you, Vent.
Hello, welcome in.
Hey,
Hi.
Vent. It's been a while. How are you? Up.
I'm so tired, dude. I've been working 2.5 hours away.
Gamal, you're making like. I can't completely understand what you're trying to say here. Your
does it
grammar
say?
in Korean is just awful.
Oh,
dude, I know
that's
Google
so
Translate.
mean.
I'm trying to be honest here.
Search Google for. Wait, why did it go to images? What the fuck? Church of Jesus
Images?
Christ? Hello? What
What?
did it take me to? What did it take me to? It said
Kenshi, you want
Church
to talk about it?
of Jesus Christ. Apparently, I need Jesus in my
There is a
life.
Google Translator, yeah, but I'm not fully, okay, no, here's the thing. Like, you put Chingu, which means friends, Shijak, which means, like, start, Quirum, what the heck is that?
If I say Yum Young,
And I'm gonna say that's I have no idea what that means.
Google Translate says it is penis.
Oh! In this Christian household? How dare.
Oh, my bad. I mean,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you.
Again, Yodobite, please put something on the chat.
Yeah, or else
Otherwise,
we
we
kick.
are gonna have
We
to like
kick.
restart the room.
Oh wait, we can't kick?
No, unfortunately.
Oh,
we
that's
can't.
poop.
Did you say put something in the chat?
For Yodobite, because this is someone new, and then again, we're trying to like put like good moderation. Well, not you, Ventro. Ventro, you're good.
That's so funny.
Ah-ha-ha.
Ori.
Ah-ha-ha.
Ha.
Haha.
Otherwise, we're gonna have to like reset the room here, Yodobite. And there's a green light.
In 3, 2, 1, reset.
Oh, let me just like. Oh, there goes Obi-Wan. But yeah, gonna reset.
Wait,
If it will
it's so
allow
funny
me.
because it shows on top of the freaking thing.
Okay, hold on a
It shows in the Discord stream. It's so funny.
sec. What? Oh, does
Whatever.
it?
Yeah, it does. So it shows up on my
Ah,
stream
shit.
too.
Might as well
Everybody's
just go.
in. No, I'm just kidding. Dang, Panda was hell fast. Panda's on
Uh-oh.
standby.
Man's like, "Whew."
Pander, hi! Thank you so much for the raid.
Panda?
I'm a fish. Hey,
You're,
yo.
you're a shark bait.
Okay. Wow.
Panda Soul raided my stream
Might
with
as well
one.
just,
Oh my
like,
god, thank you so much for the
start with
raid.
just
How
five
was
of
your
us for now.
stream?
Someone else is joining in.
I'm down.
Oh, I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
actually, I don't know. Does Panda wants to join in? Actually, I did realize Panda is actually streaming.
Yeah.
It's up Panda on my recommendation, and I was like, oh wait, isn't that
Yeah.
like from Kale Kimchi stream? So I just gave him.
How
so I gave
was
him a
your
follow.
stream? What did you stream? Oh, thank you, Namu. That's so sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yer.
Yeah.
Yer.
You're-
Yerp.
What? Yerp?
Yeah, sometimes I say that. Yerp.
Dude, I have so many points.
I
How many
have
points on what?
90.
Your channel points.
Oh, my channel points.
Yeah.
Nah, save
I-
up
Oh,
for
shit.
Fortnite. Save up
I
for
could
Fortnite.
play Oni-chan 43 times.
No, save up. Save up for Fortnite. You only need a billion.
Yeah, that's what I've been saving for, don't worry. He streams a lot, we'll get there.
We'll get there.
I've already played
Oh, you like? Oh, 피자를 좋아한다. 나는
If anyone else wanted to join, let me know.
피자는
I'm gonna count down
좋아요.
from 10.
not 한다.
I'm gonna start then.
Yeah, just I mean,
10.
wait. If Panda wants to join in,
Nah.
you're welcome to.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ori, did you want to join? I will restart the countdown for you.
Ori's doing GTA with Lando right now.
Oh.
They're having a family moment.
Alright, everyone's in then. Without me? Oh.
You don't
Skip.
even have GTA. Do you?
I could probably have it. Is it on Game Pass?
This is your wake-up
No.
call.
Prepare
to
to
die.
I think it's on
die.
sale.
That's
It
okay, I don't think I want it.
Trivia murder party.
So we are little
Those
party.
free vacation coupons you received in the mail
good
were
at
a
trivia.
trick, luring you into a game with deadly consequences.
This shit says
Only
uncomfortably
one of you
sour.
can
It's not
survive.
even that sour.
Also, someone took a number 2 in the pool, and I am not happy about having
Ew.
to clean that up. Okay.
Who the
first
fuck would do
question.
that?
내가 이걸 껐지.
Which of the following is not an innate cream?
Mega Eagle Go, yeah, not Eagle Go.
Use your device to answer the
Freaking
question.
Google Translate.
Dude, if it's egg,
If it's egg, stop.
I'm going for it. I'm going for it. I'm going for it.
Yeah! No shot!
Shut up. What?
Why is it called an egg cream if there's not egg? Fire the man who made the name.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't even. Okay, time to Google what an egg cream is. What is an egg cream?
In love with my new mini game?
Pets?
It's a
I don't
drink.
want. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
it's a
Wait,
milkshake.
Kimchi, what were you thinking?
Nothing.
It's a
Pick the
milkshake.
landing.
Oh, we're supposed to.
It's a substitute for ice cream float.
Let the games begin.
Oh, damn, dude. Yeah, I'm throwing mine all the way to the left.
It's like you don't know if they're
Oh,
going right
Pan.
or left.
Pan.
Oh, Pan, no.
Blame gravity.
Pan, you tried.
Gravity, but blame my
Pan, you
sister?
tried.
You know, I
Pan, you
always suck
tried.
at this one.
Oh.
Oh, we got somebody in the audience.
Don't worry.
Can we get 5 gifted
Remember,
subs
dead
for
players are
sad?
still players.
Hi,
Just
Ori.
For sad.
through.
For sad?
Playing and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game. Oh, also, there's an audience in the game. If they survive, you die.
Oh,
You can join the audience at any time.
yes,
No,
audience.
don't join the audience. No.
Let's try another
Do it.
one. Where was Transylvania?
Up your button around the corner.
I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure I know where this is. Just kidding, it's made up.
You sure about that?
Time's almost up.
My limited knowledge and 2 brain cells says. I'm just kidding.
No, I knew it was Romania. I did. Namu, you didn't know.
One of you is still alive.
Yeah, I'm smooth brain.
Time for consequences. Salutations! Welcome back to
Bubble
the
tea
killing room.
out of a can.
I'm going to give you a chance to password protect your life.
Oh my god,
Enter a
your life?
4-letter word with your device.
It's his actual pin
Make it hard to
number.
guess. If your password gets
It's his
cracked,
Oh, it's a
actual
word.
number.
It's supposed to be a word.
The game kicked you out? No, Pan, what?
come on.
How?
Wait, why isn't that letting me submit? It's not making me submit.
It doesn't like
You
that
didn't make a
letter.
password.
Well, they're making up a
Okay.
word for you.
I can make one for you.
Oh, Ori joined
But
in.
your password is going to start with an H and end with a T.
Oh,
Now everyone else will try to crack the password.
starts with H, end with
As a
T,
team,
4 letters.
Guess the
Okay.
password
Heat.
on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot.
It's heat.
If anyone figures out the password before time runs out, I will reward you all.
Hurt?
It's H-O something T.
Don't be greedy about what letters you figured out. Let everyone know.
It's H-O?
Yeah, H-O something T.
H-O? Oh,
Yeah.
host?
Better job with your fake account password.
Host.
Yo, something went wrong with my with my game.
Sam Solo, you guessed it right. Oh, Ballsy, no! No,
I tried to put my password in,
aw.
but it didn't let me like click it for
Pan
some
got
reason.
kicked out, but Pan's still in here.
Let's
I think
keep
he's like,
moving.
wait, actually, Pan, try to join back in.
Until 1990, what were Snickers candy bars called in the UK?
Snickers?
They were called Schnizzle Whatsits. Dude, no way it's Professor Caramels. Right?
Caramel or caramel?
I would have chosen that.
I chose it.
Like, you're saying like,
Dude.
oh, it can't be that. I
Dude,
wanna be
after,
like, yeah, I want to
after
choose
the
that.
after the egg thing, I gotta pick it. I gotta pick it.
This.
Oh, marathon.
Illumi.
Bars.
Illumi, stop
It's
winning. Wait, Illumi, are you talking? I cannot hear you.
This is my tattoo parlor.
I think Kim. Not
Give
Kim.
me a
Sorry.
new tattoo.
Illumi
by
is
drawing on
eating
your
pizza right
device.
now, so like, I think that's why she wants to like, mute herself.
Sweet tattoo.
Right there.
Ew.
Oh. We're in that moment where the tattooing is done.
Wait,
but
did
the
we
artist
really
hasn't
start
finished.
making almost the same thing?
The
What?
artist with the
Pick mine. Pick mine.
Are you kidding?
Pick mine.
Who did the kitty?
We both did.
Did we really?
Wait, who did the kitty? Who did the kitty?
Both of us. Both of us.
What did we
It's
decide?
gonna, it's gonna show.
Yay!
A tie.
Ah!
Well, I guess it's up to me.
Me.
Oh my god.
You should really consider using a stencil next time.
Wait, are you dead?
I think it's pretty clear what I have
I
to do
think
now.
so.
Yay! I win.
So who did the kitty?
Oh,
Both
you're
of
in
us.
the audience, Pam.
No,
That
it's not both of you. It's
sucks.
gotta be one of you guys.
No, both of us
I
made
drew
Kit
the
Kat.
Uwu kitty.
No. There's one kitty says the that word, and there's one with
Uwu?
A stick.
Yeah,
If one
who put
player is
that?
left alive, we'll go to the final round.
Was that Kimchi?
Yeah,
No, I
Kimchi
did the
Uwu.
I did the Uwu
I drew the
one.
one with the stick.
According to the American
Yeah,
Library
Kimchi, you didn't get my
Association,
vote.
which book was the most challenged or banned in 2017?
The Bible.
2017.
Actually, I'm gonna go for that.
I feel like it was.
Almost out of time. Who picked?
We'll get you back in.
Yeah.
What's the fucking reason why?
It's like
I don't know. It
a.
was filmed in my
Way
hometown.
too easy.
It's like a suicide show.
Let's try another one.
It's no one.
Dragon, welcome
Me.
in.
I need the least odds.
I miss you, Dragon. What the heck? It's been so long. Hope you're
Hey,
doing well.
Pinoy.
Time's almost up. Who picked this?
Ugh. Damn.
It was
Good luck,
me.
Illumi.
I
Good
did
luck.
it.
Good luck.
Me.
Good luck. I'm scared.
You'll be
And
RB,
so this one
okay?
is Lumi.
It's
How
my
about your
Oh,
little
not
BRB
challenge, dude. I hate
It's your
challenges?
safe
I
player,
hate
a
it.
poison color.
Ooh, ooh,
Oh, is your mic not
Pick a
working,
challenge
Lumi?
to drop your poison in.
ooh. Which
Oh,
one?
I do see Illumi's
Which one?
picture lighten up.
I know, I did too. That's why I was like, she's
no
talking,
sound.
but I can't hear.
Now it's your turn.
Kimchi,
to
which
play.
one did you pick?
Pick a challenge
You'll
to drink
never
from.
know. I picked
Poison
the
does
best
what
one.
Poison does. So if you drink from a poison
I think I'm
chalice,
gonna do
bye.
this. Just hope for the best.
Refreshing. Now let's see what everyone drank.
Oh, that was the only one that was poison?
Same.
Everyone chose the middle one.
We think alike.
Same brain cells. Hello.
Same brain
Same brain.
cells. We
Moving.
share it.
In the Jules Verne novel, Journey to the Center of the Earth, how do the protagonists attempt to reach the center of the Earth?
Yeah, I read that.
We don't quite know this one, but we will give it our best guess.
Time's running out.
Oh shit.
Might know. I think I forgot.
They didn't use shit, Namu. Gosh.
Hey, I got it right.
Let's
I
go.
mentioned it, number
Lucky
one. by
guess
this.
is... Let's try another one. Who's a somnambulist?
I'm gonna say it's not that. It's between two, man. I'm gonna say it's
Almost out of time.
How do you know
I'm
this?
thinking
Not
four. I'm thinking
Ballsy.
four.
This.
Oh,
don't
Ballsy
cheat.
smart.
I didn't do it though.
It's
Guys,
time.
I'm dead. Help.
That was
I
scary.
hope you're good with
Oh
instructions.
boy.
Okay, okay.
What's the
Follow
rules?
Follow as many rules,
before
okay.
Time runs out. Everyone else is playing too.
Let's go ahead.
If any of them correctly follow more rules than
Here,
you,
throw
I will
for me,
kill
throw for me.
you. The
Circle.
rules are already
Done.
on your device.
5,
Go,
7, 11. Small. Big. Oh fuck.
This is so much better than Simon Says. Am I
Did
right?
it.
Oh shit.
Almost out of rules time.
Undies.
Dude, I was banging those out. I was
Nice.
banging
Dude, I was
those out.
slow. What the frick?
Grab a pup.
I have
Okay.
survived death like
No,
4
no,
times
no,
already.
Let's keep moving.
I'm sorry, that's probably
What was
loud.
the price of the first
No, let me
iPhone when it was
hear.
released in 2007?
The first.
$250.
Oh my god.
Come here. Up. Come here. Up.
I'm saying
Hi. Say hi to Pander.
$799.
Say hi to Pander. Hi down there.
Time's almost up. Who picked
Hi.
this?
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah.
I was a rough.
Yup.
Oh,
Can I survive death again?
pets.
I haven't gotten, like, I've only gotten one question right, and I've survived death every other.
Oh shit, someone's gonna die for
Ah,
sure.
the spirit of
This is
giving.
what it is.
You each get $500.
Yay!
Oh my goodness,
Give some of
puppy.
that money to your friend. The
Thank you
person
for
with
the head
most
pats,
cash at
Ballsy.
the end
Oh my god,
will
you're pulling my
die.
hair.
But there's a catch. If one of you ends up with $800
Oh, you wanna
or
stay here.
more,
Got
I'll
it.
kill the other one instead.
Right,
Begin.
word.
Ooh, give money to each other. Hmm.
Wow,
Now
that
let's
was
follow the money.
Get up.
almost the same time.
Get him. Get him.
Oh
Yep.
shit.
Uh-oh.
Get him.
Oh, wait, no!
You said you could never be too rich, but you sure proved that wrong.
Oh my gosh. Alright, let's sending us into the. Your mic is not working. Ooh, what mic
Only
do
one
you
of
use,
is still
Lumi?
alive.
Wait,
You know what
wait,
that means.
why is the audience winning?
Is the
What is that?
audience winning?
The audience has 7,500.
Can
Congrats on making
stop
it
being
It always
the.
depends like how many like audience there
Give
are,
the
though.
doggo some bacon. I don't have bacon here. Come here, baby.
How dare you?
The werewolf.
Beetlejuice doesn't have a
Tell
werewolf.
each answer
Oh,
that fits the
I didn't
category,
say that.
And then press
You did.
let's see the right answers.
didn't.
You advance one space for every correct answer. You're a little bit closer to escaping.
Beetlejuice, of
Did you
course.
think it was going to be just
Okay,
you?
ghosts,
Oh,
let's help each other. Come on,
If a
buddy.
ghost
Gotta
catches you,
catch
they'll
up.
steal your life force. Then they can try
We
to
gotta
escape
catch up,
and win
buddies.
the game.
No, it's
Everyone's
everyone
next
for
question.
themselves.
And
What
they
the
get a
hell
third
is...
chance to help
What
them
the...
catch you.
What the... Hey, F plus.
Time is almost
I have
up.
F plus, bro. I have F plus. I know that that's a thing.
Mine
Everything
is
in my life is a
P.
fail. Everything.
Mine
in
is
my life-
P.
Wait, Pan. Oh wait, no, Pan.
Pan's gone. Oh, Pan
Yeah,
dead.
Pan's gone.
Things from the song My Favorite Things.
Okay. I know this one. I know this one.
I don't know.
It's the last two. 100%. Oh, I knew it. I knew
Vent's
it. I
gonna
knew it.
You're
win.
not supposed to say things out loud, man.
I would never. I've never said anything.
Part of Alexander the Great's empire.
None of them. All of them. None of them.
What the heck?
This is where I'm
Vent.
banging it out. This is where I'm
Namu,
banging
what's
out.
happening?
Don't fall behind.
What do you mean?
Oh,
what's
no.
happening? I'm taking my time.
Are
Pan.
you afraid of the dark?
Get him.
Pan's
Get up.
gone.
Okay, this is where I bang it.
Caffeinated beverages.
Caffeinated? What the
don't
hell
know this
Time's
is?
almost up.
What the heck is
I
that?
think only one's caffeinated. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, Lumi!
Give me that.
You stole some yummy life force.
Hi, Pan.
Oh, dude, I don't. Lightning McQueen. Lightning McQueen.
Lightning McQueen.
Dude, I'm gonna. This is where I lose, man. Oh shit. Shit.
Let's fucking go.
Shit.
Wait.
Say, put it on my screen.
Audience, stop. Who's in the audience?
Oh, I know an arthropod. Actually, don't know.
Fuck.
I got one. Oh, dude, audience getting so close.
Fuck.
Golf clubs.
I know golf.
Time is almost up.
Do you?
What's a golf?
I know golf.
What's a golf? Oh, fuck my life.
I know golf.
Oh, man.
This will slow you down. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll
Need
need
to ace the
no.
No.
You're not in
no,
the
no, no,
audience, Pan?
And if you're still alive and want to break through, you have to get all 3 answer choices right.
Oh, this one's easy.
Well, I messed up. Please.
Wow, the audience won.
Audience won? Oh my god.
What?
Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Oh, acronyms.
The
Dude,
clip.
I was thinking.
I
Dude,
know
I
it's
was
frozen,
thinking
though.
acronyms meant like 4 words and then it spelled a different word backwards. Dude, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Yeah, make me a junior. Oh, never mind, not a junior. Dude, I'm so tired.
No, too slow.
Dude, I just got done playing Power Wash Simulator for 2.5 hours. I'm so out of it.
Oh, that's good.
Joe, if you want to join us, you should.
And you should be able to join back in.
Welcome back, Pan.
Oh, Pan's the same person.
Yo, is that my bro?
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 Bro.
Bro?
Bro, bro, bro?
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 Sam
bro,
Solo,
bro.
come.
Afro
Yeah,
Joe?
go ahead and join.
Bro?
Sam Solo 6 is from my chat. Okay, Namu?
Okay. My brother. Hey, how you doing, Joe? Mi hermano.
Air horns. Oh my god. Who's Carrots? Oh god. Who's
Hey, welcome in,
Carrots?
Carrots. But please, just please put something on the chat so we know you're here and you're here to abide the rules here. No, no extreme racist stuff or anything like that. And Joe, you can give yourself a shout out if you like to. Carrots, again, Carrots76. Just let us know that you're either here on my chat or okay. There we go, Carrots. Thank you so much. Bonjour, bonjour.
Hi, Carrots. Welcome in.
I made it!
You're here.
Hey.
This sounds like a contract. It is a contract.
Woo, I got my
You're
pizza.
signing your life away. How's your pizza, Lumi?
Welcome in, Carrots. How are you? Hope you're doing good.
Shout out your mom, Pedro.
I'm not there, so no racial motivation allowed.
Oh, that
Joe,
reminds me of Muscle Man.
Wait, Joe, did you want to join in?
Did you want to join for some? Just a little bit? Just a tiny bit? Just a teensy weensy bit?
We do have space for one more.
Or Ballsy, you want to join us? You can come
And
from your
audience,
phone.
there's an infinite amount of space in the audience.
Audience,
Obviously,
screw
they're
you,
doing
won the
great,
last
Carrots.
one.
Yeah, and welcome in.
audience
Welcome into the treehouse. Welcome into the.
Is Kimchi good? Kimchi is good.
Mermaid.
Kimchi and Namu are sharing one brain cell today.
Are we? No
Yes.
kidding.
Can I take that brain cell?
Yeah, we got room for one more. If
Wait,
anybody
what?
Will let you take it. You're gonna pass this time. You're gonna watch that. Okay, gotcha, Joe.
Boo. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm gonna start in a
dude,
little
you
bit.
hear that?
Now we're leeching brain cells off of Kimchi. Oh god.
How many
I'm
brains?
It's okay,
sorry,
Joe,
your
it's okay.
IQ decreased. Balls is having latency issues. What do you mean?
Welcome to OnlyFans.
Wait, Ballsy,
Wait,
if you join
What?
Ballsy, if you join in the Discord, you'll be able to like watch the Discord stream.
Was that a Lumi who said the only?
Even through Discord, okay.
Maybe.
I mean,
I gotta turn you up.
all right, we'll just wait. We'll just wait for 1 minute, and if nobody's joining in, we can just go ahead and start.
If you have her brain cells, it's over, Joe.
Joe Mama.
Joe, he said it, not me. Vent, it's nice knowing you.
I'm new here. I understand the game.
It's really nice knowing you, Vent.
Only
And,
fans. I'd rather
Joe,
have only hands.
Joe, I did not say that. It was totally Vent.
Wait, what stupid keyboard? Do you need to borrow one of my keyboards? I have plenty.
Vento Gaming said that.
Alright, we're gonna start in
Vent-
like 10 seconds.
Vent.
Oh no, I'm screenshotting that.
Vent, no.
I'm ready.
He's going to like give
He's
a
gonna
timeout
pop
and
in.
ban you.
He's gonna pop in here and have his mama talk to us and give us a whole lecture. We don't need it.
You know, actually, his mom actually made a cameo on my stream. Kimchi.
Yeah. I know, I remember.
We didn't start the fire.
Ready? You guys ready to start?
Yeah. I mean, we can just like have people come in if they want to. So yeah, you can just start.
I pressed the damn button.
I'm never ready.
Oh, good.
My body is ready.
Vent,
Oh my God.
Vent, you are. I'm saying.
Vent,
Vent, I'm saying it.
Where'd you
already,
go?
Vent, you already
This
said.
is your wake-up call.
Vent,
Prepare
you're
to
already
die.
done, man. Sorry to say it.
Welcome to Trivia Murder.
I'm back. I'm
Your
back.
free weekend
There you go. You came back from the
turn
dead.
into a game of life or death.
Joe is playing dirty
Only one of
tricks.
you will survive, and then we'll discover who the true killer is.
We got one in the
It's
audience.
kidding, it's me. It's
The true
definitely
killer.
me. All right.
I look like a
First
damn
question.
nerd looking with my
When did the
glasses.
human first reach the South Pole?
Oh, looks like
I'm
Joe's giving you one more
Device
chance,
to answer the
man.
question.
I know
Just
this.
saying no
I know
more.
this answer. I know this answer.
How do you know this answer?
It's common knowledge.
In the correct
Common
answer is,
knowledge.
Yes.
who got the question right?
What?
Vent, you
Oh God.
The rest of you, time for consequences.
Common knowledge, man. Common knowledge.
Or more like common
If you're in your
stupidity.
bags, welcome to
Oh,
Game
God.
5.
Word.
The old skewers trick.
Skewers? What's this about? Oh.
Pick a space inside the box to hide.
Oh no.
Oh, I sure do hope you're claustrophobic.
Yeah, I
I'm
think Joe gave
scared.
up on Vent.
There's too
Oh.
many.
I don't know, man. And then what? Everyone else gets to like stab.
Any good magic trick needs some helpful volunteers.
If Kimchi has one brain cell, Vent
I'm
has
giving you
0.
a sword.
Dude, 4 swords in this
device.
box.
I
There's no way
know.
we
There's
win.
like
no way we win.
no
sword
safe
through.
spot.
I feel underdressed. I should have worn a tuxedo or something.
I guess my game isn't cooperate. Did it knock you out again, Pen? Wait, why? I wonder if you have to clear your cookies. Clear the cookies.
Too many cookies.
Oh, come on.
So
You
many
pick a row or
cookies.
column, I'll do it
You
for
gave me 100,000 cookies. Now you have too many. You gotta
I
clear
kind
them
of want
all.
some cookies.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the heck, guys? I gave out more swords than this. Ugh, whatever. More noise.
Oh, must be.
I'm alive.
What?
Yo!
Hey! I'm alive.
No!
Lumi?
Both of us not move. We suck. I told you we were sharing a brain cell.
Kill someone else's life force
Why
and
do
then
I
the
always
game.
survive?
Oh, by the way.
Oh my God, Illumi can't breathe anymore. Illumi
Oh
can't
no,
breathe
Illumi.
anymore.
Oh, it's like super
Ballsy.
I just took again.
Ballsy,
Oh
you
my
so funny, Ballsy. Ballsy, thanks.
In boxing terminology,
Oh my
what
God.
does the T stand for?
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I know this. I know this. I know this. I know this.
You said that the last time, but you did not.
Yeah, but I actually know this one. Also, why is it that I never get the answers right, but then I survive the death penalty?
Because you're lucky.
No.
You're a hacker.
Time's running out.
Why
Guess
did you
I'll
guys-
be watching. I'm sorry, Pan. Did
Why
you
did
you want to try again? You can try again.
Picked
No worries.
this.
Hey, I didn't
Oh.
actually know the answer to that. I didn't actually know the answer to that.
The rest
Facts.
of you who are still alive,
Facts.
come
Don't
with me.
worry, I got this. I got this
Facts.
part 2. I got this part 2. Don't worry.
Facts.
He said,
Welcome
don't
to
worry
Wing
about it.
227.
Don't worry. I'll survive. I'll survive. Don't worry.
You'll try
Let's
one more
roll
time.
them
Okay,
bones. Roll
good.
as much as you want to add to your
Did you
score.
want to try on your
Kill the player
phone?
with the lowest score.
You can
But
join
go
it
over
on your
21
phone
and you
and then
die
just
instead.
watch Discord
Hey,
stream.
you can
If
actually
you
do
roll a
that.
skull,
Yeah,
that
just
adds
watch
1 to
Discord stream
everyone's
and join on your
score.
phone.
It's kind of spooky to see skulls on dice. Ooh.
Boo.
Oh wait, Pan is not doing anything.
Yeah,
I ain't
cause
gonna
Yeah.
Pan got kicked again
No,
for some reason.
So like we need
I
3
didn't press
more.
anything.
Illumi! It's scary if they
Illumi.
get skulls. If they
I'm
get
not
skulls
doing
and you get a
it.
21. If they get skulls and you get 21. Oh.
That's what I've been doing. You just can't have both Discord or Jax. Wait, really?
Maybe it's just like a
Aw.
graphics thing and it just crashes.
No, definitely
No.
not. Wow,
No,
wait, that doesn't make
Pan's-
sense. Like graphic wise?
Pan's been doing
2 streams.
Discord and cell phone.
I wrote this next question just for you.
Oh,
If you
I
get it
only
right,
have my phone.
I
I
will
don't have a
punish everyone
computer
else.
PC.
Oh my God.
Oh wait, Illumi special
Elon,
question?
What is a trompe l'oeil?
Oh, God.
And I
Wait,
guess
this
the
one-
audience
this
can
was a
answer
thing.
too.
It's actually
Trump.
a
Trump.
moment of
Vic, shut up.
It is a moment
Trump
of victory.
Leol. Oh.
Trump
what?
meaning
Baldy?
Oh,
Baldy,
die.
which one?
Don't turn to die. Oh,
Did you get
shoot.
the question right?
Oh, that's what I meant.
Illumi, shut up!
Oh wait,
Your
wait.
guess.
Everyone
suffer.
else gets punished?
I guess.
Wow.
Why am I in the death
I'll
room
give you all
again,
scratch
guys?
tickets.
Please.
What a quirky last minute
Please. Get me out of the death room.
Scratch and find $3 to live. If you keep
You got
scratching,
this,
I'll give
Sam.
you
I'm
cash
rooting for
every
you.
$sign
Let's
you
go.
find. But if
Oh.
you scratch off
You
even
got this.
one skull,
You got this.
die.
Oh, scratch off, not a skull. What
Start
is this?
scratching.
Money, okay, cool. Money, cool. Oh, I just died.
Sam,
Oh, no, no.
Namu,
no.
don't move. Namu, don't move.
Hey,
you
Namu,
already
scratch,
won.
scratch the upper right-hand corner.
Man, do you know how many times you got your answers wrong?
No, trust,
The
trust,
hat
trust.
Why would I
well
know?
since
No,
our last
Trust.
I'm
one.
not gonna-
Upper
do
Oh,
right
your
not- do
laptop
not trust Ben.
broke. Oh,
Do not trust
Upper right-hand
Ben.
corner. Upper
No.
right-hand corner.
Uh,
that
Play it
sucks.
pretty
Upper
safe.
right hand corner, huh? Upper right hand corner, huh?
If you have a losing ticket,
Hey,
come
I'm
with
freaking
me.
intelligent, my man. It's fine. It's fine.
You said go for it, did you say? Hmm?
That's like your patay. Sige patay. It means dead in Tagalog.
Oh.
Oh, I thought you were saying butt thigh.
Yeah,
Patay.
I said
We're
patay.
here. When
Yeah,
one
I just
player is
decided
left
one day to
alive,
just
we'll
give
go to
up.
the final round.
Oh,
Oh my
Next
God.
question.
sorry. Able to get a new one?
What's the Latin translation of I roll?
Oh, I know this one. Toyota. We have the meats.
But every time
I
hear
roll.
you,
It's
my-
called.
Time
Never
to
mind.
stop.
It's called Dra. Never mind.
Oh wait, no, I think I got wrong.
It's actually
I
Volvo.
don't know.
This.
Yeah.
What?
It's Volvo.
Well, I'm dead already, so.
Time
Hey.
for consequences.
I want to take my revenge.
Yay! No yay. Also, I
Hey,
do have a
there's
coffee
nothing more
goal
fun
up
than
for
fogged
spinal
up
recovery
mirrors.
if anyone was interested.
hey,
My
look,
coffee
the
link's
ghost of
on
my
my.
Aunt Mildred is writing on this mirror.
What?
She has her own
Oh, I thought it was
consistent
gonna
handwriting.
put your name. I was
Wow,
like,
Aunt
hello?
Mildred's going to write it differently.
Hello?
Let's show
Excuse?
everyone else.
Oh,
What?
everyone's writing a
Word on
different
the mirror
word.
to camouflage Aunt Mildred's.
We have to write any
Go ahead
word,
and start writing.
but she'll write a
Pay
different
attention
word.
to the
So
words
don't
as
write
they
urinal.
appear and try to spot my auntie. So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die.
What? Who put butt? Literally. Did you put butt?
I think it's silence.
Shit.
It's tormented.
Oh!
Dude, I would have guessed
yeah!
silence too. Who wrote silence?
I did it.
Oh, Kimchi, you dirty dog.
Yay. Oh!
Hope I can get one soon.
So
I've
what,
been stuck
Illumi's
with my
winning?
phone.
No.
Frick.
Oh,
And I'm sorry.
no, the audience has 5,000.
Audience! It's fucking ballsy, I swear to you.
Ballsy hacks.
Ballsy, what the frick, man?
Glad to see you're the one to make it here alive. But will you be the one to escape?
It is ballsy, dude. It's fucking ballsy, I swear. I was discovered. Oh my god.
The French mother song.
It's poutine.
Dun, dun,
It's
dun.
poutine. Poutine. Oh, it's not poutine. That's my bad.
One space
Stop
for each
doing
correct
it.
answer.
Oh my god.
Bro, one of these times I'm gonna be right. One of these times I'm gonna be right.
You're on your way to escaping. Oh wait, did you think it was
All
going
of
to
you
be
are gonna
just
look
you?
ridiculous. I'm gonna
That's
be correct.
Illumi, why do you keep winning? You're cheating. Why would
I'm
poutine
not
be?
They can
cheating.
escape
I
and win
just
the game.
take guesses.
Here's
I don't even have
everyone's
time
next
to Google
question.
and go bloop, 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 bloop.
And they get a third chance to help them catch up to you.
Survivor?
That TV show.
Time is almost up.
Where they survive, you know?
I don't watch TV.
I don't watch it either.
It came out years ago.
Next question.
I don't watch it.
I don't
either.
watch the tube.
Bottom row. Of
Oh, let's see. Let's see. Oh, hey, look at that.
We
Hold
all
on.
cheated.
Hold on. Hold on.
Kimchi?
You look down, we all look down.
Oh, what is this? I don't-
Location?
Never seen Game of Thrones. Never seen.
I've never seen a red.
Bum-a-dum-bum-bum.
I kind of want to read first before I want to watch.
It's
You
Oh, word? I got
read?
them all right, but I've never seen it.
the book starts done. I
You
still
know why? Because you didn't say anything the first time.
The audience is
No, I'm always right.
If you say silent, you get right. If you say
No,
something,
no.
you
Ballsy.
get wrong.
Dude, I
How
haven't
are
gotten- I
you
haven't
in
gotten
the
a question
audience
wrong
but
yet.
you don't want to how are you in the audience but you don't want to join us?
I haven't gotten a single question wrong. Ever.
It's no sense. I hella look down too, Sam, so don't worry. What?
Windsong. What the heck is Windsong?
Let me stop.
What? I'm not doing anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
you are.
audience dead,
You're
audience
winning.
dead.
Stop winning.
Parts of an animal cell.
I look up to be different. Oh, you lag horribly. Okay, I see.
Word. Okay. Biology coming out. Uh-oh.
I told
Sam.
Oh my god, Sam.
Okay, get all the questions wrong.
Mascots older than McDonald's.
Crocker. Wait.
Alright, Betty
Hold
Crocker.
Oh.
Yeah!
Oof.
Oh, Sam. You
You
are
have to get it
lucky. It's not a phase,
Oh,
Mom.
you do. You have to get it
Through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer.
Oh, you got kicked. Okay.
Oh,
Aesop's
God.
Fable? What the fuck? I don't know this.
It's, here's a hint. It's not the first one.
Time is almost up.
It's the first one, I'm sorry. Okay.
It is the first. Well, wait.
It wasn't.
It
I was
wasn't.
correct.
Sam!
I was like, hey, here's a hint. It's not the first one.
Good
and then it was the
job.
other two.
Let's go, Sam.
Let's go, Sam. I helped Sam.
Reopening.
I helped Sam win. I helped Sam win.
Congratulations.
Assist by Vent.
Good job, Sam. I messed up because I wasn't familiar.
Nah, Sam won by himself. Reboot.
Reboot.
I don't wanna die. I don't mind. You said I don't mind.
I don't know. Is that what you said?
No, I don't wanna die. I don't.
Just texted my two friends since one of them has a license and the other has paper exam done. Maybe we can drive
Let's try this one more time. Yes, Pan. Hopefully it works.
Back to Chamber. Yo, Chamber.
Hi,
again,
Chamber.
Yeah, Chamber.
Oh,
Congratulations
I
on
won.
your
Yeah,
exams.
you did. Oh yeah, congrats!
Congratulations,
Congrats,
Chamber.
Chamber.
Wait, what
You
happened?
did it. You did it.
Chamber passed it. Their
GG
exams.
to all.
Yay!
Sam, if you want to play again, you can't. No, I'm just kidding. You can.
Jeez. Wow. Hold on a second. I'm the one who, like, you know, who have a Jackbox up, and you're just saying
I
like
was
they
just
can't.
playing.
Uh-huh.
My chat likes to be bullied.
Is that true?
Since there's plenty of empty parking lots.
No
here.
comment.
Is that true?
No comment.
Ballsy, why? Ballsy, why do you do this to me?
Here, then my dad will let me pick out his room. Really? Hey Zaraya, how's it going? Wait, yeah, no, Zaraya, you're more than welcome to join in. And also,
Join us.
I'm gonna give you a shout out here.
Not if I do it first. Haha! I beat you with your own chat. And the music
That's right.
is
You're
nice.
more than welcome to join in. And
anyways.
also, Zaraya, if you want to join in
If you say so.
if you want to join the voice chat, you're more than welcome to join in as well.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back into the game.
Vent has returned, but with alcoholic beverage in hand.
At you, but thank you.
I've
No,
been
I want
drinking.
you. I want you. I know
Where's
I
your
don't have to,
soju,
but I want
Namu?
you.
I thought we were supposed to have soju day.
Soju day.
I'll be right back.
That was fast.
I bought like this variety pack of adult juice boxes from a restaurant that's right nearby.
Whoa!
Hi, welcome in.
I see. I was like Jackbox. Now we're playing Jackbox.
Yes.
Jackbox.
What kind of juice box did you say juice box? Is that what you
Adult
said?
juice box. Yeah.
Oh!
I bought a variety pack.
What was that?
What?
Chamber!
I heard that.
Wait, it says I joined the audience. Was there another
Yeah,
person?
I think we stacked up.
Yeah, I'm
think we
part of
ended
the
up
audience.
stacking up. It's okay. We'll play more. We'll have more chances to play.
Why, so Namu can, what's it called? Be a traitor and vote us out as aliens?
Oh yeah, this be Among Us. You're right.
I'm getting tired of being told that I did something that I didn't
Kimchi,
do.
love you, Chamber. Oh my god. You venting? Stop! Vent. My systems are down. Oh my god. My chat's going full Among Us.
Among Us.
Among Us.
Rumor has it, if you drink the Among Us potion,
No,
you
thank
turn
you.
into the imposter from Among Us.
So I'm pretty sad.
Why?
You're out of
'cause I don't have that
soju?
much soju left.
Wow!
Someone's been drinking too much, is what he's saying.
No.
You're an
The door is
alcoholic.
locked.
How you doing, Zaraya?
Jeez.
Getting you. It's been forever.
It has.
Sorry, my cat is harassing me right now. He wants me to cuddle him, but I'm about to eat him out the window.
Hey, we've
No.
got a full party, so let's go ahead and get things going.
Yeah.
Let's
Hold
go.
on.
Nope, chill late.
Oh.
I was gonna pick a color. I was gonna pick a color for your light. Except the random one is not available.
It's not
Man,
available.
you're
Wait, what?
now a merman.
It's not available.
Yeah, it says check back for it soon.
Lumia stream's probably
But I
down.
can make it red.
Like the blood of my enemy?
Listen
what the
to the
heck?
Point
Where's
Your
my
Sister's
random-
automatic.
You saw that? The mugshot?
What? Whose
Yeah,
children
let me
are these in the
check random.
game?
This is your wake-up call
Prepare to die.
Oh, I think random works now.
Welcome
Does it?
to Trivia Murder
Yeah.
Party. This is
Well, I spent 100
Hold on,
for
hold on,
After
Ven.
all,
Let me,
but a game of dire consequences.
what's it?
Only one of you will survive.
I'm going to refund your
and
points.
me, I'll
Word.
survive as well.
Hold on.
Humble brag.
Get them points back.
Okay.
Question
first
one.
question.
Question 1, Namu.
Yeah, I know.
According to runtime,
which
which of these hotels would you be in the longest? Runtime.
Oh,
Use your
I
device to answer the
see.
question.
Hotel Wanda? Oh, if you're in
What's
Hotel
runtime?
Wanda,
I'm
you're-
so
you're in,
confused.
you're
I think
pretty,
it's whichever
screwed.
one's the longest
Almost out of
show,
time.
video?
No,
I don't know.
I think it's the longest you're allowed to stay. Or like the longest that the guests stay.
And the correct answer is... Who got the question
Wow.
What?
I'm so confused by that
Oh,
question.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
The
I'm
rest
pretty
of you,
confused as well.
I
to
want
be
to show you
honest.
something.
Or maybe like how long the show was? Or the movie? I think whoever
Maybe.
said that
We're
was on the
101.
Runtime? I don't know.
Ah, the lost art of letter writing.
Oh my
I
god.
can't refund it
Write down
because
as much of
it's
what I
using
say
Movie
as you
History.
can.
Okay, okay,
The
okay,
player
we gotta
who writes
listen.
The
We gotta
fewest
listen.
of my
Talk
words
fast.
will die. And
You're
the letter
gonna die.
begins now. Dear people of the neighborhood, have you
neighborhood.
seen this cat? It has the eyes of a cat that has seen far too much and answers to the name Muffin. It has been missing for 5 years, but I have reason to believe it's immortal. Please do not feed it, for it eats only darkness. Time's up. Alright, now let me get out my red
I'm
pen
so
and
scared,
do
dude.
this in
I'm
one
such a
sounds
slow
like a good
typer.
cat.
Result.
I'm such a slow typer. Oh,
Yikes,
carrot.
one of
Oh,
you did real bad.
What is
This
it?
garbage.
Opposite day
I've
for
seen
you?
Reddit threads that make more sense than this.
Basically.
Oh, wait,
no.
carrot.
Carrots, no!
Wait, carrot type
Not
the B movie.
carrots!
Wait, did carrot
That's what
type
it
the B movie?
is.
Man, that's damn. What's up, Matt?
Okay, so...
Not
Bro, carrot.
But you're a
Carrot
ghost
type
now.
the B
Keep
movie.
fighting and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game. Oh, also, there's an audience in the game. If they survive, you die. Hot
Okay.
tip, you can join the audience at any time.
We got this,
What's
chat.
the
We got
Namu,
this.
I will know the answer
You
to this
got
question.
this, Sam. You got
Good characters
this.
in fiction don't have information, but the audience does. What's that called?
What's it called, guys?
No. I don't know.
Say
Time's
it
almost
is
up.
one.
Who picked this?
Yeah, but you say you
Good
know
job.
I always
Good
say the
job,
right
Sam.
answer after I picked the wrong one, dude.
Okay, sure.
Welcome back to the
I
killing
did.
room.
I said it was one, and I picked two.
Hopefully you can defend yourself from ESP.
Mine melt.
Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die.
I swear, if we can just like put anything here.
Wait.
Including
I
any
don't know.
potential mind readers.
The Fellowship?
You don't know?
Wasn't his
I've-
name Anakin?
I don't know. Anakin.
What? It's like Anakin
Time.
Skywalker.
Obi
something like
Wan.
that.
You know
Okay.
Obi-Wan too. Obi-Wan too.
Obi-Wan. Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader.
Answer. I can't have that in my game.
Oh, did Pan crash?
Oh,
Anyway,
Pan, did it
Harry
kick you out
Potter.
again?
Gumball
You got read
Watterson.
like a book.
You know, I didn't know.
Like
Wait, who's
Gandalf.
Gumbo Watterson?
Wait,
Who the
why did
frick
I
is
die?
that?
Whoa,
You might as well put Voldemort at this rate.
Who's stupid? Vent?
Why did I die?
you and someone had
Let's
the same
try another
answer.
one.
Oh, who matched
Where can I find
me?
some sulfuric acid?
I know this.
I know.
I work in a lab. I still don't know.
Whoever said Anakin. I think it was Illumi.
No,
Hey,
it
I've
wasn't.
seen
No, it's
Hey,
Nah,
hey.
nah, Louie, don't lie. It's okay.
Okay,
It
never
was
mind. It
you.
was Soraya. It was Soraya.
Listen, it is what it
That's no
is.
fun.
I would never say that for Lord of Rings.
I've never seen it.
I
I've
would
never seen it.
never- Anakin's a
Where's your
token.
ACL?
Where's your ACL?
Oh! Oh! Oh,
I
I'm
just
sorry.
didn't know the answer. Oh.
It's skull. It's your skull.
And so is it working?
Let's shut up.
It's skull.
Tight.
You're doing panhammer, Joe.
Stop
Joe, do
I
not
don't
pull a boomerang.
remember.
Do not pull a boomerang.
this.
Oh, fuck my life.
Oh, Lumi
Follow me.
and Kimchi, bro.
Yeah. Carmine. Oh man.
Yeah, you've never heard anyone say that they tore their ACL?
No, I was thinking the Achilles.
Screw it. Let's play a game of quick laugh.
It looks finer now.
This is
Okay.
quick flash
Funny
now.
writing prompt to your
Good.
devices.
Game within a game.
Type in the
Ain't
funniest
no way.
answer you can think of and hit send.
Funniest thing you can think of. Game with it.
Joe is very disappointed right now.
I made this timer longer so you could write something funny and then maybe do some like stretching or something.
Oh, stretching. Okay, stretch. Louie, do your stretches.
Yeah, stretch your ACL.
That's my ankle, right?
Okay,
My
that's
ankle.
some gags and goofs you guys
Yeah.
came up with.
The coolest thing a funeral home could do with your remains.
Oh,
Joe.
no.
Oh no.
No.
All right, everyone else, vote for the answer you like the best.
Oh, you guys didn't see the
The
prompt,
player
did
that
you?
gets the fewest votes
you?
dies.
Nah, just be honest. You know, you saw the prompt. You knew what you were getting to.
I don't know.
Last chance.
There's only one answer. There's only one true answer.
Okay, let's see what people
I
think.
think fireworks.
Oh my god.
wow.
Audience, audience. Hey!
Yes, let's go.
Rest in peace.
Joe, you're not the only one.
Listen, I'm so sorry.
Why did
but
you
there's-
time that exactly right with the...
Right when the thing died.
Yeah. That was such good timing, Olivia. Oh my god. You didn't know where the ACL was? Hell no.
We're here.
No.
When one
That's-
player
I
is left
messed that up.
alive, we'll go to the
I
final
not
round.
know. I was like, yeah, Achilles
Question.
tendon.
Yeah, that's what I was
Who
thinking
uses a
too.
bone folder?
A bone folder?
Probably.
Whoa.
I don't know.
What the fuck is a bone folder?
I'm gonna say it's a home craft.
No.
Almost out
Home
of time.
crafter. I usually say the right answer after I pick the wrong answer. I'm gonna say home craft. Okay.
What?
I hate
Shut
this game,
up,
dude.
Vent! How?
I hate this game. I get it wrong, but I say the right answer.
More dice.
No, I don't want to go against Namu. Streamer
You know Namu's
bias.
dying. No, it's okay.
Oh.
You're fine.
Will die.
Fuck, I usually die to
Grab
this
some
one though.
help to make this more interesting.
Oh, everyone gets a roll?
You have an
No,
extra
Who
die
are you
that
giving
can
extra
give
one
to whoever you
Oh
want
my
to make
god.
your work.
Fuck you guys! This is fucked up.
Oh wait, is it
Chamber,
highest one
save
dies?
it.
Chamber's got the last one.
Chamber,
Wait, is it
even
highest
it
one
out.
dies?
Chamber, you can
I
give it to
mean-
me. Chamber,
Nah,
you can
give
I mean, we
it
can
to
even it
Kimchi and she'll
out.
still
I
win.
gave
Just give, you can
I
give it to
Give
me.
it,
Let's-
give it to Kimchi and she'll still win.
Bet, I'll
Oh,
still
you're
win.
killing me with your poor
Fuck.
Wait, so is it
You
highest
still
wins or lowest
Yeah,
wins?
no, the highest, the highest
The
dies.
player with the
Oh, that's a big number. That's a big number.
Yeah, I had fucking 6 dice, bro. 6 of them.
Oh, it's okay. Welcome
Oh,
to
it
the
didn't pop
afterlife.
up?
It's okay, Chamber. No worries.
Dearly beloved.
I just don't want to lose to Namu.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. You guys should just wait till I answer and then say the right answer.
No,
Because that's
Let's try
that's
it.
that's how it's been going.
No, I
Strats.
don't
I mean,
think
if
that's
we
how it
would have
works.
5, we would have lost.
Oh,
Shut up, Joe. Oh well, death to Kimchi. That's you gonna do me like that? Really? Which of these comics is typically single paneled?
No, I messed that up.
I don't know.
Oh my
think
God.
I
No
know.
idea.
I know Garfield.
I'm gonna say Nancy.
I'm not sure about Nancy.
I'm gonna say Nancy.
What the fuck is the far side?
This.
Oh, I picked up.
Ah, fuck.
Ben, what is wrong with you?
Doesn't matter, I'm dead.
Seriously, what is wrong with you?
I picked that one.
Yeah, you
Let's
picked that
keep
one, but you
moving.
didn't say the right one.
Hey, I'm just switching
What
up
is
the
wrong
rules.
with you?
Which of
I'm
these is
switching
a
up the
style
rules,
of
man.
mustache?
Let's do
What
it.
is this?
Would you pick Illumi?
Illumi picked 3.
Time's running out.
Ooh.
Who picked this?
Damn it!
Well,
I didn't know they make
Fucking
scars and
go.
mustaches now.
Time for consequences.
Putting gas on the
I'm in danger.
mustache?
I'm in danger.
Let's get
Nah.
our
Oh, he's
dude.
good at
Oh,
this
he's
one.
Nah, dude, I'll
Oh.
bang this out. Don't worry.
Everyone else will be playing
Someone needs to
along.
give
One
Namu
of
more
them does
told
better
you.
than you. It's punishment time.
Namu. Let's just say
Go,
random numbers. 10.
Yep.
Ow!
8,
Ow!
6,
Fuck!
4
What the
time 8, 20,
11D27.
20,069,
72.
Having more fun than watching someone do basic math.
48,
27, 18. Oh, fuck, I'm frozen.
25.
I'm just gonna press random
No pressure,
numbers.
but time to
Yes. Good job,
That's obvious.
Namu.
I'm
I
not pressing
believe in
nothing.
you. Go vent! Go vent! Fuck!
I should have made that
Holy
harder.
shit. Namu and
Knock,
I
knock,
tied.
murder to
Isn't that a guess?
Dude, I was
Everyone
banging
playing
those
like
out.
this.
I was banging those
That's
out.
terrifying.
Not him calling me a dumb dumb.
Huh. We may never
Dude, I
know.
was so scared. I was like, click, 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 click,
I
click.
could.
Dude, I'm
Let's try
not
another
even scared of like hard problems. I'm scared
Which
of
these
basic
countries'
math.
flags has 3 horizontal stripes.
Which of these
Carrots, you
countries'
need a
flag?
mouse?
Which
You
of
need a
Oh, I
these
know this.
countries' flags?
Oh,
Uh,
I don't know.
I messed
I
up
think
too.
it's.
It's fucking.
Hey, what did you get on number
Time
1?
to stop.
What is?
Hey, it's Belgium.
Can I copy your homework?
Exactly. What
Just
you,
kidding.
Damn, I didn't get that right.
Sam!
All right, Namu, you got this. Part 2. Part 2, you got this.
We're all dead.
It's the
No,
Pets game.
Namu, Namu and
Guys.
Oh shit, there's hella of us though.
The death
Alright,
zone.
I got left side.
Someone needs to pick which slots are death
All right,
zones.
Namu.
I
you
got left side.
Go ahead, everyone.
Everybody.
I got
Yeah,
left
there's
side.
Make it no bueno.
Dude, there's like 7 of you guys. Like, I do not.
You
got
guys
this.
didn't say which one. Oh my god.
Okay. Let the games begin.
Nobody did far
Interesting,
right.
interesting.
Oh no 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 no.
No, no, no.
Yes,
it's coming,
yes,
it's coming,
yes.
It's coming. No,
No, no, no, no, no.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
Fuck!
That coin is bow-legged.
Well,
Hey, I was
that's
gonna
not so fun, was it?
Respectfully.
Sam, are you good with flags? I'm horrible with flags. I'm horrible with
Let's keep
anything.
Which Muppet
Pegging
plays the drum?
time chamber. I'm dead.
Hey, I
Anyone
actually
should know this.
Like,
You
no
should
cap.
not get this
No cap, I
wrong.
know this one. It's Dr. Chi.
It is Dr. Teeth. He plays it with his teeth.
Bird.
What?
Yeah, he glues his teeth
Yeah,
together and
yeah,
plays
you
the
never
drums
Just
with
out
him.
of time.
No, he
Who
doesn't.
picked
It's not Dr. Fate.
It's
this?
animal.
Fuck my life.
Chi, what did you pick?
I'm
What did
dumb,
you
I
pick?
know that.
Know this one? Who the
Did
fuck
you
watches
pick Dr.
TV?
Did you pick
No, I
Dr.
did
Chi?
not. I
Okay,
picked whatever
okay.
Gonzo was.
Oh, Gonzo's the
Gonzo.
bird. He's the
Oh, what
blue
the
one.
hell?
Okay,
I have
the
no
next game
idea.
where only one person
Guess who will
can
die?
draw.
Guess who-
Probably not Sam.
Oh, shit.
Hopefully not.
And win $100.
Respectfully.
Water.
Yeah, no one has to
One of
me.
these keys will open the lock
Listen.
to your tank.
Oh,
Can you
wait,
blame
wait.
us?
Pick the right key before you drown.
Right key. Right key. Alright, Sam.
He did say the right key, so
Oh.
all the way to the right.
Oh!
Next one. Next one.
So far, so bad. Choose another key.
Let's go!
Thank you for the
Good
$100.
stuff.
Thank you,
I guess I
Namu.
could have
Thanks for the
given you
100.
those keys.
Yeah, yeah.
hindsight
Thanks
is
for the
20/20.
hundo.
Thank you for the 1,000.
Namu said,
You've made it so far.
Thanks for the biddies.
Namu, you're flipping us off?
Who's flipping who off?
Namu, why do our streams kind of look similar?
Category and then press
Hold on. Side by side, side by side. I'm putting them side by side. Hold on.
You advance one space.
Oh,
every
you can click
answer.
on the multi-stream.
See, I think Namu's has a little bit more middle fingerage.
Oh wait.
True.
Oh, that's cute.
True.
If a ghost catches you, they'll steal your life force. Then they can try to
Come on, let's
escape
steal
and
the
win
life
the game.
force.
Here's everyone's next question.
You want to steal life
And
force?
they get a third chance to help them catch up to you.
What the fuck are these?
Joe!
Joe, tell me! Joe, hurry! Hurry, Joe!
I don't know.
I just pick all of them.
No, BB-8 is BB-8 is from Star
These ghosts are
Wars.
closing in
I
on
don't know
you.
what that is.
Has
Has more than 6 legs?
What the hell is a
The
fluke?
fuck is a fluke?
Listen.
I think fluke's a fish. Oh, fuck me.
Tick has more
I
than
mean,
6 legs.
don't do that.
How many legs does a tick have?
I wanna live.
Alaskan mouth.
That sounds about right.
BB-8 my favorite Lord of the Rings especially
Stop.
Yeah, carrots, especially
Carrots,
his
stop.
iconic quote. While process.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
Uh-oh.
Money, money, money.
Oh my, holy shit, dude. I'm scared.
Tarot cards.
Oh my
Yeah, I know
goodness.
this one, I know this one.
The shadowy one?
Time is
The shadowy one, bro?
BB-8.
I don't know this one, I lied.
Lord of the Rings character.
Don't look back because there's a ghost right there.
Oh.
Do we really want Sam
How
to
am I
win,
doing?
though?
Oh, okay, I'm not last.
19. Is 19 a person?
I don't watch Stranger Things.
19?
I don't know.
Is 19 a person? There's a lot of numbers, man. I
There
don't
is a
know.
lot of numbers. You're not wrong. But I don't know if there is one.
Oh, okay.
But
I know Bob got eaten and I didn't care. I remember that one.
I'm gonna die.
Animals
with stripes? What the fuck's
The hell is
that?
a
Numbat?
Numbat?
It's a Pokemon?
Dude, word, I have a shiny one. I'm pretty sure it's like a, it's kind of like a chipmunk.
You
except
said
bigger.
Pokemon! I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. The
I think
fuck,
it's like a chipmunk,
the
but
fuck
bigger.
is a Numbat?
Or it's like an anteater or something.
Oh, it's so cute. Can I have one as a pet?
We didn't start the fire.
We didn't start the fire.
hell
Oh.
if
fuck.
I know, dude.
We didn't
Uh,
stop fire.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
No.
I just picked none of them. Word.
Same. Then we're like in the same
Sam's
brain
brain
cell
there.
group right now.
Twinsies.
Not so fast. You need a perfect answer for your final escape.
Yo, who's an audience?
The furniture choice.
Kama
Sutra? Bro, I read that cover to cover.
I don't know.
Impressed.
No. That was a joke.
Well, you can read it, but can you
Shit.
execute it? That's the
No,
question.
no, I definitely cannot. I definitely
Carrot,
cannot.
how you know? Carrot, how you know?
You can learn a lot of things, but you don't know how to execute it. I'm sorry.
Carrots!
Let me feel bad.
Carrots, explain!
Feel bad.
Carrots, when you go to the library, what you do?
No.
No, Sam, again!
There.
Wow!
Wait, can we put that in the quotes? Like,
But can you execute it?
The Kama Sutra one?
Soraya, that was the best quote I've ever heard.
Oh
Listen,
my god.
stop.
Sam Solo wins again! Good job, Sam.
Sam
Good job.
built
I
diff.
believed in you. See? See? I
Sam
knew.
built diff.
One in the chamber, too predictable. Namu, simple
Yeah,
drowning.
Batman.
Illumination, not the funniest.
Yay.
Carrots,
God.
misquoted a genius.
Carrot-
Venture
he's a
gaming,
mess-
victim
he's
of
just messed
ESP.
up.
Fatal
Oh.
Genji dice problems.
Forgot to participate. Rest in peace, Pan.
I'm sorry.
Rest in peace,
Pat.
audience. Rest in peace, audience.
Oh my god, no, that's
Wait,
hella
hold on,
funny.
hold on,
That's going on my
I don't wanna
Discord.
forget this. Hold on, I'm actually gonna put it in my. I'm
That's
actually
hella
gonna
funny.
put it
Turn
down for what?
Turn down for what?
Oh, stream codes. Here it is.
Oh my god, that was so funny.
Forever.
Hold on.
Yeah, this brain
Oh
keep
my
good.
god, I'm trying to like do this quick.
Turn down. Okay, snack time. What are you snacking on today? It's all about the execution. Wait, what? I went pee. What happened? Oh gosh. Okay, I gotta eat first before I play again. You, JK grilled cheese. Grilled cheese sounds so good right now.
That do. That do. With some tomato soup.
In pain? Ventra. Okay, wait. I need to take a break. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the restroom and get some more water. I'll be right back.
Look at this. Look at Sam.
I know, Sam chillin'. Wait. What the fuck? I deafened. What was that playing on? I'm kind of freaked out. Okay, I'll be right back.
Messages, you'll see the version and the IP. Can we live together again? We'll find all of the animals again, yes. And all the diamond armor to the pros with, oh my god. Nina, of course I'll be your Minecraft waifu. I love you so much.
Hello. Okay, I've got a few things to do. First of all, how do I even know if I'm streaming right now? I have no idea. Turn it off! It's so... Oh my god! A little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part. How's she not dead? Please.
Peek? This is my realm.
Oh my god, please, no. Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet.
That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so it doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in... I was just gonna go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh, no! Mina!
Surround me. Lulu.
No. No.
God.
If you do that again.
Kimchi also.
I need to color correct my screen.
Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing.
I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny. I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair. It's such a chore, like you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to wash the cup after.
Yeah, okay, look up and hold space. There you go.
Oh my
What
god.
the hell was that?
Oh my god. See, it's not just me. I don't make weird noises, just not just me.
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Press space, press space, press space. Space, space, hold space, hold space, hold space, hold space, 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 space. Hold it.
Second PM rapping. So what happened to the rapping game in our end? Someone put the N word on the thing.
Like
Thank you, Ori.
the hard one.
Yeah, like someone put the N word on.
I have sushi. I forgot to get the wasabi though. Fuck,
Sushi
You
sounds
can't forget the wasabi.
I mean, as long as you got soy sauce though, it's okay. Or ginger.
Ew, no.
You don't like ginger? It's so good.
No, it's not.
Yo, ban kimchi. Report kimchi.
Ginger makes me yak, dude.
It's so. I only like pickled ginger. The raw or regular ginger is okay, but I prefer pickled.
Dude, Korean loves ginger.
Hey, ginger
I do love
slaps.
kimchi though.
Ginger.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Who doesn't?
But so-
Cancelled kimchi? No.
Wait, we're all ready?
You ready? Got you.
We're ready. We're ready.
Sorry. I always forget about that because I haven't played in a while. That the first person
That's what my
to.
wife. Wait, don't talk shit about ginger.
It's okay. Ginger just makes me throw up.
Wait, Panda, you played Phasmophobia without me? I'm kidding.
As they should.
Hey, this is like
As they
trivia
should.
Phasmophobia.
As they should.
You can skip this, Soraya. Whenever we
Oh,
play that game
sorry.
while streaming with friends, we play with then complete. Hey, I don't mind
This is your
curse
wake-up
words,
call.
but
Prepare to die.
just like words that triggers, that's a problem.
Trivia Murder Party.
Like you have to say
That glowing review in
Sometimes
Neo
I gotta
Hotels
scare
magazine
people.
was a
Mm.
fake, luring you here to fight for
Passing
your
on your
life.
legacy now is something that I gotta skip.
Only
Yeah,
one of you will
Panda!
survive. But surviving is different than thriving. I saw that on a Target
It's okay.
pill
My
once.
right ear's going out. Anyways, Namu.
First question.
For real.
A male cat is called
I'm
a
sorry,
Tom.
I
But what
had
is
to
a female
express
cat
my
called?
joy when Panda is carrying on my legacy.
Use your device to answer the question.
Ooh, I forgot what this is called. I remember.
Have you had homeroom? What do you mean? Oh yeah, I have. Actually.
In the
Just once
correct
though.
I might got this wrong.
Who
But
A
Panda,
queen.
Panda,
A queen?
we need you to outlast.
The rest of you.
Wait,
It's
Panda, you've
time.
Outlast?
I have Outlast.
We should
This
play.
is what I'm saying.
We
When
haven't played in
Doug
so
shuts
long.
up, he gets the answers right. When he says something, boom.
What happened?
Let's use one of my
Did I get
cousin
it?
Aloysius's
Yeah, you got
old
right.
stage props.
Oh, I'm the only
Wait,
one with
were
the
you the
sword?
only-
Sorry if you were enjoying
You're
it.
the only one who got it
I'm
right.
not sure if there's oxygen, so try shallow breathing.
Everyone pick a different spot, and I will pick a fun time
Yes, there
spot
is.
for the sword.
Carrots, go to standby, and then we'll drag you right into
Of
the
course,
live
this
chat.
magic trick does need some volunteers.
Or
I'm giving
Kimchi
you
or
a
Oreo-
very
Oreo
sharp
can do that.
sword. On your device, choose a row or a
where should I
column
pick?
to run your sword through. I've always hated that.
The bottom row.
Oh,
Stab,
God.
stab.
Entrails.
Oh, thank God.
Ooh.
Bottom.
You motherfucker!
actually,
It will be out so sorry.
chat. Again, you don't have to talk or anything. You can just watch the Discord stream. But if you like to join in the
We're not done with you yet.
Everyone
Everyone who
chaotic
dies in this
chattery,
hotel turns into a ghost.
you can do that
Keep
too.
playing and you just
Rumi,
might
you can
steal
stab
someone
me
else's
back
life
if you
force
want.
and win the game.
Not life for me.
Oh, Joe decided to gift it to you and it was much appreciated. Oh my god, we should
Let's
play
try
Lin
another
Panda.
What's inside a down comforter?
Wait, Joe gifted to you? Hey yo. Packing peanuts. What?
I actually have a comforter.
Time's almost up. Who picked this?
What?
Feathers.
Dude, they're nice. You should get one.
I sleep on a futon. I don't know nothing about that.
Dude, it's nice.
No, I have a-
Salutations! Welcome back to the killing room.
I have-
call it again. I call it an investment.
It's tattoo time.
Dude, I'm telling you,
investment.
I'm
Tattoo
poor.
on my
I'm
back
poor,
by
but
drawing on your device.
having one of those makes me feel like I'm a high class bitch.
Oh.
Word?
No.
Yeah.
Why is he making noises like that?
Investment for
Ooh, a
entertainment and
flower?
making his dreams come true. Oh. Okay.
What?
For sure, for sure.
Who's
Okay,
drawing
I'm
a
not picking-
dragon right
I'm
now?
not picking.
Damn! A whole ass fucking dragon though. What the fuck?
That was really transformative for me. Now vote for your favorite design.
Hey,
My
Kimchi.
favorite
Yours is the
design.
Oh, you're not even drawing.
Well done.
I was gonna say yours would be A.
Hey! Why? Bold of you to assume.
But I was gonna be like, hey, Kimchi, I know which one's yours. Then I looked, I'm like, oh, never mind.
Yep, I'll have to laser this off.
Oh, poor
I
Pan.
will
Oh.
have your revenge.
Hey,
Oh,
Jeb, how's it
Obi-Wan.
going?
Wait, which one did you have,
Jeff,
Celeste?
I
Jeff,
picked
how
the
are you? How's your Friday today?
It's Friday?
Yeah.
Well, today's Saturday. Then.
Let's keep moving.
Saturday for me.
Well,
Saturday.
Those
you,
jerks
Kimchi.
at the International Astronomical Union officially say Pluto is no longer
Yeah,
a
those
planet.
jerks. How dare they?
When?
recent.
Not that recent. Dang. It was like a.
I remember I was in
long
high
time.
school,
It was
I think.
a while.
Ah.
Oh, never mind.
Damn.
Let's go, Carrot.
The
I was
rest
in
of
middle
you who
school.
are still alive.
there you
Damn.
go.
I want to show
Yes,
you
yes,
something.
the squad up and wait, actually no, I did not. A squad up and a raid. What?
This
Did you
decision
join the
will weigh
squad
on
up?
you.
Squad up stream
Everyone
stream
pick an
team?
elevator door.
Pick an elevator door.
Inside, you all live. But
Left.
if there's a split decision, I will kill everyone on the heavier side. And don't
Come
think
on,
it's
no,
hard.
my God.
Because I have a fix.
Left.
Hey, are you guys
Listen.
gonna talk about it? Are you guys?
Wait,
gonna
everyone's
talk
going
about
left.
Going into
Everyone's
this
going
with the best
left.
intentions.
So
Everyone's
go
going
left. So go
Everyone's
left.
going left.
So go unless
Oh my
unless
God, I
unless
don't know.
Namu's trying to kill everyone.
Everyone's going
Unless
left.
Namu's trying to kill everyone.
No, we're going right. We're going left.
Now I'm concerned. I can't trust this anymore.
I don't know. I picked left.
Mario.
Let's see where you all
Uh-oh.
landed.
Oh, you did it.
Oh!
Nice.
Yay! You all live.
Let's go. See, we have team building and trust and communication. Good job,
was
guys.
gonna go right. I was gonna-
Believe in us.
Now look at saying left. I was like, I don't know anymore.
We're here. When one player is
Where?
left alive, we'll go to the
Where are
final
we?
On the
round.
next floor, I guess.
Oh no! Okay, I see. I'm sorry.
Besides a bloody surprise, why
And
would
also,
I
let
be
me give you a
seeing
shout out real
red in a
quick.
black forest cake?
Ooh.
That would be because
Blood.
I'm pretty sure I know this.
Picked.
I think it's either.
I do know
okay, I'll
this.
do it.
I do know this.
I thought it was
Yay.
strawberries.
Hey, the ghost got it.
Come with me.
Nah,
I saw red velvet. I'm like ooh,
cherry
cake.
and
Oh, no.
chocolate is really good.
Namu.
We're going to play
What? I like red velvet.
Chalices.
Okay.
I
like red
know,
velvet.
but it's not in a black
Oh,
forest.
dude, we have 6 poison pellets. Bro, we have 6
Poison.
poison pellets.
Namu.
Hey, Namu, which one are you gonna pick?
I'm gonna choose none of your business.
Oh, he's about
The
to die.
sass on this one.
Nama's about to
Now
die.
it's your turn to play.
Hopefully.
Pick a challenge
Hopefully?
to drink
Pick number 4.
from. If you want to survive,
Listen.
go
I
for
hope
Can
it.
let the streamer win.
On
Now
my
let's see
stream.
what everyone
Can you let
drinks.
the streamer win?
Oh, Namu, you drank the one that
This
I
is why I
picked.
love this game.
Oh, no.
Sometimes people get poisoned.
You drank the
Drink
wooden
the
one.
Kool-Aid.
You drank the wooden one.
Well, that's
Carrots,
okay,
I
I'm a fish.
almost.
At least,
I
at
almost
least
picked that one.
I'll be eating. At least I'll be eating well.
The dead fish.
He's swimming with the
Anyways,
fishes
Panda,
with
how are
this
you
one.
doing?
Love it is
What have you been
amazing.
up to?
Yeah, if it's made right.
It's I.
Or you got kicked.
How's
wait,
everything?
Wait,
How's
try
everything?
to
Let's try
come back
another
in.
one.
Was it Pan again?
Which internal
No,
organ
it's
is
Ori.
capable of regenerating tissue rather than scarring?
I think I know this.
How many times?
I'm not saying it, but I think I know it.
Right.
I'm not saying it, but I think I know.
I need to redeem
I
myself.
don't know. I haven't done health class in a minute.
I need to redeem myself.
I
from
think it's the
H12.
lungs.
So it's not gonna let you. What the frick?
It's not the
Oh,
lungs.
That's
On
crazy.
I was wrong.
Wait.
Follow me.
I picked. Wait, no. Did I pick the liver or kidney? No, I think I
You
picked.
picked
The
the
X Y. Why is it not letting Ori back
A
in?
little something for the old people. I'm giving each of you a telephone.
Ori is playing
but I only
Phasma.
have 3 phone numbers. Dial one of these numbers on your rotary phone before anyone else, or you die.
Wow.
New phones are cool
Ori's
and all,
gonna
but a
die.
rotary phone does a lot more damage when you bludgeon someone with it.
Oh my
5.
God.
I'm not picking 5.
Oh my god. I'm not picking. Why
I'm
is
not,
it doing
dude.
this?
It keeps saying I'm picking the wrong number.
It does too. And I'm just like, I'm not picking none of this. Oh my god.
I just
Oh my
messed it
God.
up again, dude.
8, 6, 7, 5.
It's
You
not
gotta
three,
go
oh,
hella
nine.
slow. You have to go hella slow.
Hurry up. If time runs out, I'll kill
Just
you
hurry
too.
up.
I'm going as slow as I can.
I just left. Nah, I died, dude. It's just glitching
Oh
out,
my
dude.
God.
Oh, thank
It
you,
just
Ben.
keeps glitching out.
That sound boo boo.
I got some money off of
Just
that.
let you wait until the next round, Ori, because I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a way for you to get back in, though. I don't know.
It kept saying I was picking 5. I wasn't picking
Let's
5,
keep
man.
moving. I'm like the Bobby Fischer of murder. Everyone's searching for me.
Mm.
If you were my pawn and I
Wow.
sacrificed you in my chess opening,
Hey, I
what's
know
that
chess. No cap.
I don't remember. I'm still learning
You
how to
say
play
you know
chess.
chess, but I don't see you putting your answer down immediately.
Who,
There
me?
you go.
called? Almost out of time.
It's a king's gambit.
Who
Word.
picked this?
Harry
picked
Potter.
that
Henry
one.
Potter chess
Only
scene
a
did
ghost
me
got it
well.
wrong. Oh crap.
The Queen's Gambit.
Let's
the
try another
king's
one.
gambit.
There was nothing in Harry Potter
Never
that,
Let Me
like...
Go is a
was
Yeah,
about,
they
like,
talked about
a
that.
group of kids
Because he was
who turn
talking
out
about
to be what?
sacrificing to win.
That doesn't mean...
He called it a gambit, I'm
pawn,
pretty
the
sure.
Pawn, the pawn.
Your pawn.
Ori, Pan was able to
Time's almost up.
like stay solidly on after the 3rd try.
This.
Sacrificial, exactly.
Oh my God.
Who knows what I'm talking about?
Carrots! Carrots!
Like in chess.
Time to try to
yes.
save yourself with a password.
Oh no, I guess Ben
Enter
is
a
too
real
stupid to know
four-letter
what you're
word
trying,
with
what
your
we're trying to
device.
say here.
I have no
Don't
idea
make
what
it
you're
easy.
talking
If someone
I'm just gonna
cracks your
pretend I'm right.
password, you die.
So you're ignorant.
Yes.
Damn.
The insults.
Hurry up.
Ah,
Now everyone
let's get
else will try
stupid,
to
let's
crack the
get ignorant.
passwords.
It's okay. He just
As a
cranky
team,
because he have
guess
no,
either
you know, no
password in your
soju.
device.
Word.
You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. I will reward you all for every password you figure out in time.
L is the last letter of a word.
P-O, something something.
This is a team effort, so
Wow.
share things out loud with each other.
I'm sorry, Carrot.
Last letter R, the first one.
Okay, yeah.
B is the first one.
B-E-R.
B-E-E-R. I got it.
Beer pool.
Y'all out of here.
Dude,
Everybody
I
dead.
through all
You
those.
said ignorant.
No, I said ignorant.
Okay, yeah, he said it.
I don't know why.
Whoa.
Full came to my head.
Let's get stupid. Wait, did we all die?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hey!
Having the most
That
money is
sounds
good.
I'm alive! I'm
Yeah,
alive!
dude.
The time has come.
I was technically the last one alive.
No. Look,
No,
I'm the last
nah.
one alive.
Congrats on
Look.
making it here alive.
The delusion on this
Can you
one.
escape?
What you mean? I'm alive right there.
Very
See?
strong.
I'm going to give you a category.
Alive.
Hi,
Thank you,
so
alive.
welcome
Thank
in.
you
How are
for
you doing
that.
today?
Lunchable.
What have you been up to? It's been a minute.
Let's see the right
Lunchable.
answers.
Oh,
You move
Someone
forward
has their
one
lunchy
space for each
lunchies.
correct answer.
Lunchables are so good.
Vent really like those
You're on
Lunchables.
your way
Bro,
to
I
I
know
do.
Lunchables.
Did you think it was
Yeah.
going to be just you? Oh,
No, you can say either one, so.
If a ghost catches up with you, they will steal your life force.
I
Then
will
they
make
can escape and
ignorance.
win the game.
I want to steal the life
Here's
force.
everyone's next
We'll become
question.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
And ghosts get a third choice to help them catch up to you. Time is
I
almost
got
up.
this wrong.
I think I just got this right.
I know.
I
got
just
this
realized who those people are.
Oh shit, I got it right. Let's go.
A little tired, but I'm good. I'm super tired too. I cleaned all day.
Geologic time periods.
I always had the day off.
Namu, I called in.
Hey.
Did
Hey.
you? I wish I
Yeah.
Gonna
I worked all
die.
day, and I worked 2.5 hours away. Let's go.
Kimchi tired?
Dead
Yeah.
characters.
Leon?
Let me
wasn't that,
resolve.
wasn't he?
What are you gonna do, Chamber? Hmm? Oh, fuck! Oh my god!
Yeehaw.
Chamber!
Is this my
That
game?
shit is
Is this
so
my game?
fucking
Please, I
scary.
need one, please.
Are you
Yeehaw.
afraid of the
did.
dark?
Babe Ruth.
Launched online before 2000.
Before.
Yeah.
I'm so
Time is
ready
almost
for
up.
bed. Resolved. Yes. Thank you. You ready for bed? Are you almost
The
in
exit
bed?
is so close.
We're
Ventro,
coming.
you're so freaking close to the exit. It's not even
Dude,
fair.
I've been sweating my ass off, I'll be honest.
TMI.
We're coming.
I mean,
Time is
not
almost
physically.
TMI.
Yet. I don't know this one. Fuck!
That got the
Because
heart
the
rate
last
up a
fan
bit.
knows
Is
this.
it loud?
Because,
I can change it
that
for
is
you
elastic.
guys.
What the frick is this?
It's antihistamine.
Illumi! Illumi!
Medication.
Illumi!
Antihistamine.
What? I only know one.
Shit.
Fuck!
I got him wrong again.
I picked the
got
wrong
all of
one!
them wrong. I got
Man,
all
it'd be
of
a
them
shame
wrong
if I did a
twice in a
comeback.
row. I got all of them wrong twice in a row.
People who have walked on the moon.
Buzz Lightning? No, it's good. I was being funny. Okay.
Buzz Lightyear.
Okay, good. I tried to make it like
I don't want
No
to.
way.
a lower volume for you guys.
Ain't no way,
Get
bruh.
away fast.
No, I
Oh
threw-
my god,
I
I'm
threw-
almost
I
dead.
got all of them wrong two
See, now we
times in a
got
row.
nine.
If you want to break through that
I
area,
threw- I got-
you'll need
I
a
got
couple
all.
Please be an
answers to
easy
this
one.
question.
Please be
be a
an
hard
easy
one.
one.
Vent
my
is the
God.
way.
Bro, I got this.
Who
I
the
got
hell?
this.
If he gets this.
Who the hell is these people?
It's just the first one. It's just the first
Time
one.
is almost up.
Doesn't have it.
I was kidding. I got him. Let's go.
Oh my god.
I
I'm
don't
Bill
know who
Dick.
that artist is.
Oh, no,
Oh,
I just,
Are you
I
okay?
didn't-
Is your
I didn't
heart
know
okay?
either.
Yeah, I'm
I just
okay.
picked none of them. I just picked none of them because I didn't know.
I'm good. I'm
Oh,
chilling.
bro.
Dang,
Built
Vent
diff.
won. I know.
Built diff. Built
But
diff.
if Sam Solo was here, Sam would have won anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just
Very
kidding.
bad.
Good job. Good job, Vent. Good job.
Word.
So I just put a reboot.
Got you.
What time?
I
Reboot, or
won
do you want to
off
do a
of
different one?
luck
You want
alone.
to do a different one? We can do a different one.
up to you.
I would love to do.
I
it.
mean, there's the Among Us one. That way, a lot of people can get in. But it's not.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's pretty hard though.
That's true.
Is it hard?
What's
That's
hard?
that's what she said.
There's an Among
Oh
Us Jackbox.
my god. Yo, that
See,
was
there's an
fast.
Among
Whoever
Us
pulled that out.
Jackbox.
It's not too hard.
I mean, then we're gonna need like everyone to like. But here's the thing: like, Carrots is muted, so is Pan, and it's just more. It's just more better doing a vocal,
Fibbage.
but yeah, we can. Yeah, let's do Fibbage. It's just more better that way.
Chamber!
Let's do Fibbage.
Let's see.
Thank you. Oh my god, that is so
do?
sweet of you. Donated to my spinal recovery.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna cry. This
Well,
is sweet.
I didn't know
Thank you.
you're starting with that right now. Your spinal recovery thing.
Yeah, I have a donation thingy. Oh no, stop.
Was it the
Thank
Karma
you.
Sutra?
Wait,
I'm joking. I'm sorry.
I forgot.
Sorry.
Fibbage?
Wait, you had donations for your spinal
Wait,
recovery?
oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's on like
Fibbage.
Kofi, Ko-fi? Kofi?
That was a
What is
stroke.
going on right now?
Stroke.
What is going on?
Oh, no, no, Carrots is it's totally fine. Carrots is totally fine. It's all good.
Thank you. I appreciate you. So sweet.
Hold on, give me one
Wait,
second.
your
guys.
stream went
I'm
away.
gonna
Oh, okay.
start streaming on the Party Pack 9. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I do. You have all the packs?
Hmm?
You have all
Yeah,
the
I have all of them.
lucky.
Every single one of them. Thanks so much. I appreciate you. That is so sweet of
As long
you.
as it's
That was
required
the
Twitch.
If I could donate the whole thing, I would. No! Don't do that.
Fibbage.
Every small little
It's
bit
fun.
helps because it's gonna take a while, but I'm just grateful that you guys are here, though.
My company has a
Honestly,
bone one, but I don't know how good it is.
thank you.
Might be dog. Yeah, I told you.
And if there's anything I can help you with, let me know too. Okay?
Oh yeah, I mean like
animals
the
are neat.
inbuilt mic is no good.
PNBE. If anyone
feel
wants to
bad.
join, they can join. Also, that emote? What the? Vent,
This is
stop!
my spirit animal.
Vent, thank you. Vent, what the hell? Stop! Thank you so much,
What?
I appreciate it.
Stop! I can't take it back, my boy.
There's no
Aw.
refunds.
There's no refunds? Damn.
No refunds.
Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. It's gonna help a lot. Every little bit goes a long way.
I hope you feel better.
Yeah.
I'm starting to. I did my first whole week of treatment, and I have more treatments, but I love Cynical so much. But yeah, we have a long journey to go, but we're gonna get there. Wait, which one can I pick? I can't pick.
Oh,
I think it's because everyone picked
There's-
it.
Yeah, everyone picked everything.
You got
I
last
mean, there's-
pickings.
But I
there's
can't
a
pick it.
spinal- There's a spinal thing over there.
I can't pick it.
Wait, what?
Oh,
You
it's
had to
already
pick it
picked, I
before everyone
guess.
got one.
Oh, it's just waiting for Namu to start the game. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, because it still says
Alright,
pick your
I can start.
creature. That's
3,
why I was
2,
like
1, go.
confused. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, shut up.
Go.
Hey.
Oh,
Rude.
hey, we don't like that language here. Say hush your mouth.
That's what my mother would say.
Shut the f up.
Opposing.
It was censored.
As my mother would say, shut up doesn't go up, prices do. So take my advice and shut up too.
Audience members are
Oh,
I am
God.
rubber, and you are glue.
Let's do this.
Illumi, stop.
Roses are
Thank
red,
you.
violets are blue.
Illumi,
I smell
thank
like
you so
flowers and
much. I
you smell like
appreciate
glue.
it.
You get 500 points for everyone you
Aw.
fool with a
Correct.
made-up answer, and you'll get
Wait, what's how do you play?
You just lie and
Ah,
try to get
got
people
it,
to pick
got
your
it.
lie.
Oh, Namu's good at this.
I'm not.
Hey, I'm great at lying.
You die every time we play.
Well, that's because you're too gullible.
Who's picking right now? Someone's supposed to.
It's carrots. It's carrots.
Carrot. Oh.
Holiday surprise.
First up, not a gift from Santa. In 2019, Molly Cruz was shocked to find blank under her Christmas tree. Now, enter a bluff on your device that sounds real enough to trick your fellow players. If you just can't come up with anything, use the
I'm
live
ready.
button to get a suggestion for half the points. Okay, go.
Yeah.
And everyone is so quiet right now.
I'm thinking a
I'm
little too
thinking.
hard.
Everyone is just like thinking about their why.
Now I can
I guess
feel
I'm
your
thinking
hot
about-
breath in my ear.
Where's some more?
See, now I don't even know what to put.
So if you ever have the means to pay it forward, for sure, I will.
Yeah.
And
I think I
these
did
are
donating
pile
to
of what?
true on your device.
Well, this is interesting.
There's only one that I could really think it is. If it's any other one, I just don't know.
Good answers. Minus the
Yeah,
chicken bone.
I'm thumbs upping everyone.
All
I
right.
feel like
yeah,
chicken
yeah,
bones
yeah.
is the real answer.
Over a condo.
Oh,
Usually-
carrots.
Dang
To
it.
be honest, usually it's something like
Right,
real
eat
crazy.
carrots.
Carrot. No.
Oh.
Molly
This is
Cruz?
weird. That was.
Oh.
That
I
was
lied.
good. That was good.
Yeah,
that
you
was
guys
good.
say like I lie. Look at
No.
No way.
Oh my
Which
god, I was
one
gonna
did
pick
that?
that one.
Zach hitched a ride
Who's
on the
Molly
tree
Cruz?
because
I was gonna
they're
pick
one.
that one.
Are you, wait, are you talking about Motley Crue?
Not Motley Crue. Not
Molly
kick-
Cruz.
Not start my heart. Yo. Eh. Whoa.
Dang, nobody liked mine.
I have 15. Kimchi, we're in the same
A
boat.
category.
Strange bedfellows.
What?
How about this? Wake up! In 2021, Ruth Hamilton of British Columbia, Canada, woke up abruptly in the middle of the night to find blank in the bed next to her. Enter your lies now.
Oh my god, this is like my nightmare.
Want to talk about it?
No! It's scary. Wait, why is it doing that?
It's gonna be like a dominatrix or something.
Wow.
What?
Get over
What
here,
did he
bad
say?
boy.
He said what?
Oh, I donated to.
Oh yeah, brother.
I donated to. I forget. Oh. Tits.
Plate of food.
Huh. Star
Soul read?
Nose
Soul read? I'm doing a soul
Mole.
read. I'm doing a soul read right now.
Soul eater.
No, not soul eater. I'm doing a soul read.
Let's see how
Who
it
types
shook
in
out.
a hyphen? Oh, somebody typed in a
Oh
hyphen.
god.
Who was it?
Oh god,
No.
Chamber! You got
Final Fantasy
everyone.
is good. It's really good, Speed.
It was.
How are you?
Illumi!
And Speed, if you want to join in Jackbox,
Give me
you're
your
more than welcome
money.
to.
Yeah.
I knew Kim's gonna put spiders.
Spiders!
I don't know who put Charlotte's spiders.
No.
Hey, and I got you back.
I've been doing good. A little bit tired, but doing good nonetheless. But how are you, Speed? Also,
Watch
let me
it
get
be
shout
a
out here.
meteorite.
Weird.
What the fuck?
What? That's
Dude,
so
I'm telling
How do
you,
you not
all,
wake
all
up
of
to
the
that?
answers are
Right
so
First up
weird.
on the ceiling, and had
Right now, I'm
apparently
playing
landed
with
How does it make
Fatal Kimchi. We're
sense?
both doing a multi-stream. we're both co-hosting the Jackbox stream, and we also have here.
Good job, Illumi.
Yeah, we all
Good
have
job,
here Illumi,
Chamber.
we have here Zaraya and Vent.
Bird.
What the dog doing?
We all check out Speed.
What's the dog doing? Look
Final
up
Fa-
Release
Final Fantasy- dude,
could have
I
been
freaking
hit.
love Final Fantasy 16. Just for 7 more hours and it was badass. Can't wait. Yes.
Man,
I can't wait to play some
Force
more as
Event
well.
House
I don't know. I might
Wonder.
want to do like a weekend. I may want to do like a weekend stream probably.
When I go over there, are we gonna do a IRL stream?
do it. Oh, it really depends. Cause again, I really don't. I really don't stream on the weekends, but we'll see.
It doesn't.
Everybody enter their lies?
But however, there is a cause that I want to stream for. And I have to do something. And I have to do something with right here. Yo, who misspelled dining table?
Everything's a little sus.
Sus.
Okay, you listen here right now.
Hey, to be fair, I'll give a thumbs up to dinning table. I will give thumbs up to dinning table.
Dinning table.
Hey.
Nom!
Someone's killed. Hey.
I'll take that, Kimchi.
I will.
Oh,
I'll
fuck!
take that. I'll take
Yeah,
that.
fuck.
What's
It would
good?
have been
Do you want
funny.
to join in for some Jackbox stuff?
It better not be a...
Oh!
Pan, good job, good
like
job,
it's like
good lie.
I actually remember
A
a story about
lampshade?
that too.
Please it not be...
Oh wow.
Good job, Chamber.
I hope it's blanket. I
That's why I
picked
always say
blanket.
this mode. I always spell stuff wrong.
Is it blanket?
I picked blanket. Oh, let's
What
go.
the
Wow.
I picked blanket. I picked blanket.
No, you can say it, Kimchi. You can say it. You can say the word.
But I don't see it.
Yes, you can.
Unless I'm really angry.
Really
I'm gonna be
angry.
really
Really
angry.
Really angry.
I'm gonna be really angry.
Actually, I can't. I'm about to go to bed. No, it's okay,
Fish
Speed. It's okay.
and
I'm just opening it.
Good night. Good night.
Hatch comments. See where you're in the story of Final Fantasy 16 and talk about it. Yes, it is.
My hair has a lot of knots.
I'm checking what you're off it.
Finland.
Jeez, I want to say where I'm at in the game, but like I don't want to like I don't want to know like risk. Yeah, I don't want to risk spoiling
Whisper it into their ear only.
For stealing blank from a local neighborhood. All right, type in your lies.
Dude, it's. I feel like to win this game, you just gotta think of like some the weirdest fucking answer you can find.
Sometimes, yeah, it's like really random and weird for sure.
Who's your party members?
Your
You just-
mom.
Speed. Do you-
He was so quiet after that, like.
That was haha funny. That was haha. No, my laugh didn't get picked up.
Okay, which one's true?
My mic couldn't.
No, I just forgot to laugh. Okay. The Resident Hearts? What's a
The
period
Bitch,
after?
a period.
I want to steal a large bouncy castle though.
Dude,
up
I
there.
don't want. I hope the answer's
Right?
a large bouncy
Hide
castle.
it.
I would take that.
Two killers.
Speed, do you just want me to say it?
Aww.
Let's fucking go.
Hey, to be fair,
That's
that was
actually
right.
pretty
That
good.
was
Yeah.
COVID. That was right before COVID started. So
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
I was hoping it would be that one.
Chamber.
Hey, I got you right back.
Okay, that's where I'm at right now. I mean, that's the general area I'm. Pan, really?
Pan.
Yes, really.
It's probably a sidewalk. This is the truth.
See, I was gonna think sidewalk, but I'm like, how?
I mean, they just have to use a shovel and just like dig it up really hard, you know? Yeah. Like around that area, Speed. Around that area. I'll say it from there.
The
I won't say
scary.
exactly where, just around there.
Scary.
Beautiful.
Watch
It's a
closely.
baby.
This will
It's
be
a
on the
baby.
test.
Baby.
On the test.
Oh wait, it's a movie. It's a movie.
Oh.
I'm Anna
It's not a movie.
from Utrecht in the Netherlands. My first boyfriend wasn't the most romantic fellow.
Aw.
In fact, he broke up with me over text. As
Sounds
soon
like
as I told
something
him I
Ballsy
wouldn't
would do.
blank.
As soon as I told him I wouldn't give head.
Okay, enter those lies.
Get him out of here.
Get out of here.
He wasn't worth her time.
Okay, yeah. That's the area that I'm in right now.
Damn, I want French
Oh,
fries.
it says- I could wonder where, but
Sleep with his mom.
peg him.
Whoa, I don't even know what to do with this.
Peg him. Buy him a
All of these are
PS5.
so cursed. I don't even know how to do this.
He's
You guys are
taxidermy cat, bro. There's
crazy.
no way that's not
Hey,
the
I'll-
answer.
let me- that's it.
No way.
Stop. Stop.
There's
Oh
no
God,
way that's
oh
not
God,
the answer,
no.
bro. If someone typed out taxidermy
See what
cat,
everybody picked.
bro.
What if it's write an essay?
Oh.
Biscuit.
I mean,
Oh,
at
thank
that
you,
point,
Pan.
I mean,
Thank you,
yeah.
Pan.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think there's only one logical answer here.
Wow. Wow. Well, come on now.
It's the funniest one. Oh
Uh-huh.
God. Is it this one?
Oh.
Pan, good
Pan.
lie.
Man, that was a good one.
What?
He broke up with me when I told him I wouldn't write an essay about our relationship.
Oh.
He wanted
Like,
me to write a
who's gonna
detailed
write
plan
that
on
answer
how to
so
survive
long?
You
the
know what?
No one.
So I
No
said
one's gonna write that answer for that long.
Bro, Soul Read.
No.
He just
She should have wrote. She should have wrote in the essay, "Our relationship is over." Period, and then sent that shit to him.
Exactly.
Wait, so the answer wasn't she didn't want to peg him?
What?
Under the
No,
sea.
unfortunately, that was not the correct
Yes,
answer.
Under
I am.
This one. Critics were unsure if Will Brierly's 2016 Xbox game was serious or not. The game, the straightforwardly titled
I think I know
Blank
this.
Pro. Submit your lies now.
Oh.
Let's see it.
I've
Wait,
never
if you
heard of a
hit- if
game
you-
with the pro in it.
If you type an answer close to the thing, it won't let you type it.
Hey, you're
Correct.
What'd you put?
Spot the truth.
Duh, bro.
I want to pick the so bad.
It's hard.
Well, Kimchi, thank you so much for the hydrate.
How'd we do?
Drink.
Cake Decorator Pro.
Dang, Carrot. Dang. Feels bad.
Fail to fail, Kimchi.
Oh, ping pong pro.
Yeah, I thought about ping pong.
Yeah, I thought it would be something like that. I don't know. Gamer Pro.
Gamer Pro.
Dang, nice chamber.
Dude, chamber keeps getting me. All of them. Thank you, Illumi.
I would say that one.
No. Soda drinker.
Oh my god, is it
No
soda?
way,
Oh
it's
my
soda
god.
drinker.
How?
Mixes the accuracy of Microsoft Flight Simulator with the soda of soda.
We gotta play it, guys. We gotta fucking we gotta Google that shit right now.
Is it co-op?
Honestly,
Is it
I
co-op?
need to.
So what is it?
I do have
Soda.
I do have Xbox 360 with me.
Soda Drinker Pro.
What in the...
It's a game. We're playing it. It's $5 fucking
Dude, that's
dollars.
so weird.
Mm-mm. I ain't
Xbox
wasting my
just
money.
sent me a message. Like my
While filming
overlay, my
Harry Potter,
overlay just
Daniel
popped up
Radcliffe
with a
broke out in a
message.
rash after touching.
And from 1902 until the day he died, P.D. Gwaltney was seen with blank, which he called his pet.
Well, that's so
Now,
weird.
you're
My
gonna
Xbox
one
overlay
ride
just went off, and I got a
that
message
sounds
right
like
after
it
that.
might fit in either of these two blanks.
Wow.
That's double the chance to fool your fellow players.
Wait,
And if your lie
this
gets
is
picked for
such a
both blanks,
weird.
tell you
Oh
what,
my
I'll
god,
throw in a
do
bonus.
not watch the fucking
Make bets
commercial
and
for
give me
Soda
some
Drinker
extra
Pro.
time. You'll be
We need to
It's
watch
giving
it.
me the heebie-jeebies. Giving me the heebie-jeebies.
It is not.
It looks like a fever dream.
Time's halfway gone. Better hurry it
Don't
up.
do drug, kids. That's all I have to say.
Don't do
drug.
What the hell game is this? I really want to play it just to fuck around and find out, but I don't.
Hey, he's raising the F word.
Choices. Our two questions have two
Are you
different
counting? Do I have a
truths. First,
swear
let's
jar?
take care of this one. Select the truth for just this question now.
I want to play Outlast.
I want to play Outlast. Okay, that's the weirdest fucking commercial ever. Yo, oh my god, I gotta show all my friends now.
Lickety split yard.
Okay, now it's this blank's time to shine. Find the truth for just this question now.
Off to bed, playing homie. Have a great, dude. Speed. Have a good night as well, and I'll see you later. And maybe we'll see. We'll see if I'm just gonna do a stream. I don't know. Probably not.
You're gonna stream Final Fantasy tomorrow?
Probably
All
not.
day? 24-hour stream?
No, not all day. Like I do want to do some D&D things. I don't know that's the right answer.
I'm so sorry, Carrot. It seems like it's just not working out.
Alright,
Oh,
thanks.
snap.
Thanks.
Shit. Holy shit!
Let's
Kimchi!
fucking
Oh
go,
my God!
gamers!
Holy shit!
Kimchi the sauce!
That was such a good
Kimchi
answer.
the sauce!
That was such a good answer.
Woo!
What is the
That
actual?
wasn't
Damn,
that's
I
the
can't
one
believe I got
right.
so many.
Not a fur coat.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Oh,
that was
fuck.
good too.
Real layers to this one. That's worth a bonus.
What are the actual answers? I'm so lost.
I really want to know, too.
Honestly, did anyone get the right answer?
It's probably.
Is it a ham? What the what the what?
Hey.
And then the second one's probably his glasses.
Believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that one seems so basic. You would think
The
it's a
frames
lie.
contain nickel, which Radcliffe is allergic to. Meanwhile,
Snuff you
the
game.
pet collar never seemed to bother that ham.
Oh gosh.
Kimchi first.
I don't know. That was a lot though.
Oh, she won.
I don't
Wow.
know. Holy
Kimchi, final round.
dang.
There it
Finally
is.
won something, yeah?
32 likes.
Dang, Chamber. That's a lot. Good job.
Chamber won the hearts though.
Yeah. I won the deception. Chamber won the hearts.
Because I was like, ooh, Moss Rock, yeah!
That's streamer rig.
I was like, Moss Rock, nobody will pick Moss Rock.
Moss Rock seem legit.
I will be the same thing I was.
Damn. It's my spirit animal.
My spirit
She
animal
need it.
is
She
this
screenshotted
chicken-legged
it.
quilt.
Stop. Yes, I
That
do need
is
proof
freaking
every time I win.
amazing.
You want to know why? Because it never happens.
Hey,
High
screenshot
five.
it.
Wow.
I did.
Yeah, Kimchi.
Dang, that lie that Kimchi
The
did.
game that ancient aliens left etched on the
Okay.
walls of a strange
Daijoubu.
Ah!
that's
Rank.
found in my basement. 8 players. Can't get any bigger than this.
In your
Seriously,
basement,
we
though?
tried. It doesn't work. And
Thanks
if you're
for
stuck on
hydrating,
the
Ventro.
sidelines, why not
Yes.
join the
Thanks for
audience?
the
Both
hydrate,
hydrate.
Earns points
Both
by
hydrate.
guessing the truth and voting on lies to
Ballsy,
trip
thank
up
you for the hip
players.
hats.
Let's play.
Let's play.
Hey, Ultra Ventro Gaming, and welcome,
Of
welcome
course
back,
it
Val.
happens to us. You always win.
How's your
Hell
high
no!
life?
Joe! I'm about to ban this guy.
I'm handing out 500 points for
Yeah, wait, ban who?
Joe.
In caps, too.
for finding the truth. Okay, pick a
Val, are you chilling? Are you in the high life right now?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
can't
chilling?
pick.
How do you, how do you unban someone?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Don't
Don't tell her.
Now
Don't
who's
tell.
dying?
Let them find out the hard way.
She's bad for
Voices
saying no
have-
one always wins. Oh no.
Choices have consequences.
I would love to like bring Joe back in,
Frank
but hold
Sinatra
on.
and
I'm-
the lead also recorded an ad where they admitted they disagreed on fashion, but we do share the same feeling about. Holy shit, Ballsy.
Wait, who did you ban?
Joe.
And
No!
you had to go with the hard hammer.
Joe was like, wow.
Hit him with the band hammer.
It's so funny.
Hold on,
I
hold
really
on,
don't
hold
know
on,
how to
hold
unban him.
Hold on, hold on.
Oh no.
Huh?
Oh no.
Hold
What?
on. Oh wait,
Kimchi is /unban.
Oh my god. No, I already tried that.
/unban username?
Dude, what are these?
Is it without the
answers?
at?
No, see, you got
Oh,
it.
there you
hold on,
go.
hold on, hold on.
Now I can leave.
Oh, and I have to mod you again.
Ah, bro.
Oh, okay, okay.
Come on, show me what you picked.
Oh my
Thank you,
God.
Kimchi.
Oh, damn it.
Dude, what are these answers?
All right, I'm leaving now. Peace.
See you,
Bye.
Joe.
Bye, Joe.
Come back.
Imagine just leaving just so he could be unbanned.
Absolutely,
That was good.
anytime.
Oh god.
Sorry, yeah, that was a good one.
Mayo.
Mayo is the right answer?
No.
Jazzercise, but
Dude, no way it's wearing a chicken suit. Oh,
It's looking
Oh,
like it.
man.
okay. Chamber did it. Chamber's like, I'm gonna do a
Chicken
long one.
soup.
And you all missed it.
Chamber knows me too well.
Oh,
The
I'm
space.
They know me too
I
well.
was gonna pick that
I'm doing
one.
good, Val. We're just having fun playing Jackbox, and you're more than welcome to
Alright.
play if you like to. I mean,
Sure.
right now it's full, but there is an audience,
Give me
so
a
you can join.
category.
You can join the audience the audience side.
Carrot didn't put anything.
Oh, forget it.
Is Carrot Gonzo?
Shrewd shrews?
Catchy.
What the fuck
I mean,
is
Carrot's is still
that?
here.
Like us, tree shrews are the only known mammal aside from humans
Probably
to
went to the
deliberately
restroom
seek
real
out
quick.
Blank. Write
Probably.
your lies now.
Oh no, their smoke alarm went off. You're good, you're just gonna watch? Okay, I got you, Belle.
See? Ballsy. What?
Oh yeah, I don't know if you noticed, Belle, you do have a VIP badge now. Thank you so much for those biddies yesterday.
Biddies.
Itty bitties.
Biddies for those biddies.
What?
Huh?
Did you just say tit?
I said itties for the biddies.
There you go. Find the truth.
I think now we say titties.
Monka badonkas.
Oh, I'm
Whatever
picking
you
that
want to
one.
believe.
Carrots and rolls. Child support. Bro, what are these answers?
Child support. What the fuck?
What am I looking at? I don't even know what the answer is.
Them honka badonkas.
Honestly.
Honka badonkas.
Let's take a look.
That's
Thank
all
you.
doesn't seem right.
Thank you.
Casual. Oh my god. Carrots and holes is also good.
For asking about my high life, of course. You gotta relax on your like high life, you know. Gotta
The
relax
marrow.
first. No, Belle, thank you. Thank you so much for
Carrot?
giving me the support and everything.
Carrot,
I-
that was a
I-
good
I-
one.
I-
Badonka?
Belle, I
Chamber,
really
was that
appreciate
you? Oh my vent.
That wasn't it. That wasn't it.
Guys, Kara says in the chat, but I ate in the hole.
Oh my
Y'all
god.
didn't like child support?
Dude.
Oh god.
Spicy food? Tree shrews?
Hey!
Carrot and
Time to
hole.
laugh at some dead people.
What?
Wow.
What? Oh, okay.
Dead.
In a truly bizarre day at the hospital, Dr. Robert Liston, infamous English surgeon of the 19th century,
Oh, I think I know
once
about
conducted a surgery with blank. All right, type in
I
your
should
lies.
answer. Sharing is caring.
Oh, my phone is dying.
Not the phone dying.
Oh, Belle, no, don't cry. No, you're not trying to be nice. You are nice. I really appreciate that.
Oh, I got kicked out.
Wait, are you serious?
Oh, it reconnected me.
Time to seek the truth.
Are we sure about this? What do you mean?
Yet.
300% casualty rate? What? 300% morality rate?
I'm so confused because there's like 2 of each
Yes.
answer.
Shit. Shit. Shit.
The head of Abraham Lincoln.
Shit. Shit.
Abraham Lincoln it wasn't even.
Guys.
He was
Guys, I
resurrected.
knew
Nanu.
the
Don't
answer.
you know your
I
history?
typed the answer. I typed the answer, but I typed it wrong. Guys, guys, the answer's the 300% mortality rate, and I typed casualty
Dang,
rate.
Nanu. Thank you.
The head of Lincoln, of course. Of course.
Dude, I knew about this too. He's the only person who had a fucking 300% mortality rate because he
Wait,
killed
who?
3
He
people on
even
accident.
held a speech for 55 minutes? For what?
Dude, I typed the answer, but
You
it
just-
didn't accept that it was close, so it still let me type it. It still let me type it, dude. No way. No way. It still let me type it.
That's crazy. I was like, why
You
is it
flunked
two
hard.
Because I wrote spoon and there was teaspoon, and then I saw the two other ones. I was like, this is confusing.
300%.
I saw the accident.
Total party.
Died of fright?
Yeah, died of shock because he killed 2 people right in front of somebody, but he killed them.
Oh shit.
Because he was doing surgery on the person on the table. He accidentally cut off his assistant's finger. His assistant died of infection. The person on the table died of infection, and the person watching died of shock.
How do you know this?
Dude, dude. The things that I know.
You wanna talk about it?
The things that I know. It was an interesting fact.
Louis!
Ben,
What are
do
you
need-
picking? Spider
Ben, do you
monkeys?
wait, hold on, Ben. Do you need to talk about this?
Dude, it's an interesting fact.
And how did you come to
French
this
art?
fact?
Research?
Ancient
Research on what?
Spider
Spider monkeys. Spider monkeys.
Joe said Central Gaming. You need help, my guy.
Intentionally gave them blank. Okay, and
You know what they gave
Texas
Harambe?
Or after she entered a spider monkey.
So maybe I should have. Nice. Okay. Okay.
She intentionally
I think
gave
you're
them
mistaken if you
sexual
use
acts.
euthanasia. Oh my Ballsy. You'll love my answer, Chamber. What is it? Well, tell me now. Tell me the answer. Oh my god, Ballsy, no! No, Ballsy, bad. Bad. Bad Ballsy. No.
Okay, here you go.
What
Dude,
is that
all
sound?
of these are so.
Flamin' hot Cheetos.
LSD?
I feel like that could be it.
I'm hungry.
Same.
There's so many food
Me
answers
too.
though. I feel like it's food.
Yeah, Bell, I appreciate it, but sub is definitely sub
let's
is
see
not
what you picked.
necessary. But thank you.
Amen.
It's a lie.
Don't you drop
No,
it.
it's a lie. It's a lie.
I feel like it was Burger King.
I picked
Oh
garlic.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
But was it consensual, Nana?
Oh, Namu, you didn't put
Okay,
consensual
Nick.
kiss.
Oh my garlic
Chamber!
bread. Is it garlic bread? Oh my god.
I'm not mad at Chamber. I just want to.
Chamber.
Chamber, I asked you not
Magazine?
to
Flamin'
make
hot
me pick.
Cheetos?
You should, see, the only reason why I
Did
thought that
anyone
was
get it right?
Oh,
Oh,
thank
Chamber
you,
got it
guys.
right. Nice.
See, I thought that was gonna
Garlic
be right.
bread.
Because who's gonna put that apostrophe? No one's gonna put the
Time to dip into the
apostrophe.
bottomless well of B-movies.
Stop.
Oh, we're gonna watch a
You
movie.
checking our grammars?
Yeah, movie.
I'm
Okay,
just saying, no
says
one's gonna
discount.
put no apostrophe.
That's true. You're right.
Live, I'm
You
only
know.
playing this once.
Oh
Ooh, just
shit, he's
type
only
it
playing
out.
it once.
What?
Uh-oh. I have a feeling we're going to see anything but the right way to do things.
But
Childs, Mrs. Rohr, like to have you shake hands with the commander. Mrs. Childs, Mrs. Rohr.
Well, we'd better run through the whole thing again, the right way.
This Army training video provides soldiers with advice you wouldn't think the military cared about in the oddly titled How to Blank. Submit your lies now.
Are you getting pussies?
Oh my god.
What?
how to extend wee-wee.
How to not have an erection at social gatherings? Ballsy.
Is that, dude? If that's actually the answer,
Oh my god, what the fuck?
I feel like I know the answer, but
Popcorn sounds
Look at his
good.
face though. Look at his face.
Do you want some popcorn?
Boing.
Hey, what?
Now, which one's the truth?
Make us some more.
Make us more.
Be a
Wait,
man.
I feel like, oh my god.
Attract married women?
One of my fan was about my PS4. Oh shit, Karis, yo. Watch out for your PS4.
they do.
But is this the video about puberty? What?
I feel like Nama will get this right.
Come on, show me what you
Yeah.
Yeah, Namu's watched this.
Well, not even that. Like, there's a certain.
Thank
type
you,
of
Chamber.
if that makes sense.
Oh, fuck.
My gosh.
Chamber.
Chamber's good.
Chamber.
Dude, Chamber's
It's the
built
long,
You can't trust them.
long
Chamber
sentence
is
one.
built diff.
Hey, Krusty, how's it going?
What's the answer then?
That's what I'm saying. What the heck? What? 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 What the fuck? Namu, how'd you get that right? Hold on. Hold on. No.
Someone's cheating.
What the fuck?
Hey, is Illumi dead? Like, what?
Lumi probably fell asleep.
Did she really?
Category.
She always does. What do you mean?
I love how you guys are like, probably Nama's gonna get this right, and you guys got it right.
That was hella funny.
Try this one
Bad
on for
guess.
Citing bad
That's where I was just gonna
behavior, the Yerika Hotel in Queensland, Australia.
She
issued
definitely
an
did.
official statement
Why,
banning
Krusty? Why do you need Lando?
All right, type in
Is she
your
an
lies.
official stand banning Blink?
Dude,
Um,
Kimchi and I are always on the ball. First appearances.
I literally type whatever the fuck pops
I
into
just
my head.
typed the first thing I can think of. Moss Rock.
Where is Lando? Lando. We're not playing a game Lando wants to play. That's why. If we switch to Outlast or something, then he'll wake up and he'll be here automatically.
If you want to say Jackson is the most overrated turbo artist of all time. I have a beef with still. He said my wood is tiny.
Okay, find the
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's not wrong.
He's playing
Just
Monster
saying,
Hunter.
Krusty.
Oh, I want to play Monster Hunter. Benny.
Wait, who is?
Emus.
Emus. Emus.
Americans.
America.
Americans.
I'm getting cold.
Cold. It's like 55 degrees out.
All right, who picked what?
Oh, Lando is?
Beavis?
Beavis? Oh, it was Jack.
Wait, Jack.
Okay, you wouldn't call
What?
a blonde woman. You would just call a
Listen.
blonde. You wouldn't say a blonde woman. You just say blonde, not like.
Carrots, take my money.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, Pan.
Good job, Pan.
Pan, that was good.
The legendary. Hi, Neon. How are you doing?
No
Welcome
way, it's
in.
Emus. Dude,
It's
after
Emus.
they
Dude, I was
lost
gonna
the
put
war-
that. I was gonna put that.
Dude, I just thought someone was like, oh yeah, they lost the Emu war.
You take
Hi,
enhancements.
Neon.
Krusty, that's not
Welcome
even better.
in. What's up? What's up?
Alu takes enhancements.
How was the rest
No,
of Kayla's
Krusty.
stream yesterday?
Take crusty enhancements.
Crusty, musty, dusty.
Or Ventro, just read the chat and don't be a.
What was that? Day, literally shut up. You're so funny. Stop.
Welcome to the final
Thank
finish.
you, thank
It's a
you.
two-part
How are you
question
doing
and
today?
it's
What have you been
worth
up to?
10 points. Don't blow it.
Ooh.
Okay, emos for a second.
Kenny G claims
Oh,
he is
emu.
somewhat responsible for the creation of blank. And
Exactly. We don't need to know.
2019,
And
the
somehow
Daily
Krusty
Beast
said
shared research from neuroscientific consultants
it's got the
Valerie
enhancements.
Salimpour to explain why
No, you're not,
blank
Krusty.
is so addictive. Now you're gonna write one lie that sounds like it might fit in either of these two blanks. That's double the chance to fool your fellow players. Make it good, and
I'm
it might
trying
get
to
picked
think
for both
really
blanks
hard.
and earn you a bonus. Sound good? Don't worry, I'll put a little extra time on the clock.
Why?
I thought it was a trap. I thought it was a trap too.
Okay. Let's see.
The options.
Cocaine.
Not kimchi deodorant.
I don't like the options they give.
Are you a bank loan? Because hold on. I have to do it in the call. Are you
Uncle
a bank
Ruckus.
loan? Because you got my interest.
What?
Get her out of here.
Are you telling that to Joe? Cause Krusty, I think that's not the right way to go, man. I meant that seriously.
Oh my god, Neon.
Okay,
Ooh.
here are your choices. These
Ooh.
questions have two different truths, so for now just pay attention to this one. Pick the truth for just this question now.
It's TikTok?
White
I'm
nice.
sorry, Neon. I'm married. It's TikTok.
I think
It's
Joe, he's calling you Uncle
respectfully to my
Ruckus.
husband.
That's a no.
TikTok?
Yeah,
TikTok?
that's definitely a no.
You're okay. It's okay. If you didn't know, you're fine. I appreciate you.
Let's move on
Yeah,
to
I
this
didn't get the
question.
fucking answer.
Guess the truth for just
And
this
Krusty, I
question now.
actually meant
Kenny
that
G
seriously.
beats. Wait, I want to change my answer.
Yeah,
No,
I didn't get the answer.
I think he was
I
calling
want
you.
to take the answer. Stop, Neon. It's okay. You're okay. You're so silly.
I'm so mad. I didn't let me get to answer the first one.
Wait,
I
is
was so
Kayla
busy
streaming more tomorrow? Mr. Kim, do you earned this? Love your vibes.
Oh, shit, I missed.
I'm-
Let's see how it shook
Okay,
out.
one is toenails and the second is erectile. Ballsy. What the
Sad.
hell? What did you...
Garrett, that was a
Actually,
double.
no, one answer. You do. I picked the freaking wrong
Krusty, oh
one.
my-
Thank you.
Yes, I love it. I got distracted, so I kind of lost it.
Oh, Jackpot.
Dang.
I mean, no,
what?
Krusty-
Thanks, Kimchi.
No! I wanted to change it right after I did that too. I wanted to put Baby Shark.
But TikTok's been around for a while.
Well,
I think it's
It just didn't
I
get
think
popular.
it's Baby
until-
Shark. I think it's Baby Shark. Yeah.
Baby Shark.
Wait, hold on.
Not the first one.
Wait, I picked Baby Shark for the wrong one.
Baby shark.
Oh no. I'm gonna have your whole corporate right now.
I'm a baby. I need my mommy. Oh
I'm fucking dying. Oh my god. Oh shit, Chamber!
Chamber.
And the likes. Damn, dude, too good. If I didn't get that last, like, in the previous game, if I didn't get that very last one, Chamber probably would have won. That was kind of fire. I'm telling you, Baby Shark R&B rendition, if you haven't listened to it, you know, you need to listen. It's good though. It's kind of good.
You ain't got to lie to me. We already played Fibbage.
Hard pass.
You're not about to lie to me again.
Oh my god. You're hell buddy. Oh god.
my family, yeah. And we're all shy.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really
Oh.
fine. You just can't get into
Chamber.
it because they would never understand.
Oh god.
Sorry about that, new players. What was that?
What
Don't worry about
music
it.
was that?
It's the Baby Shark RV.
That was your last game. Thank you so much for playing
Oh,
with
that
us,
was
Pan.
Pan's
I
last
appreciate
game?
you. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes. Thank you so much, Pan.
Thank you, Pan.
I hope you have a
Pan,
good.
really
Oh, it's
appreciate- really appreciate
1:29.
that you, stopped
Okay,
by.
for sure. Get some good rest. Okay. Sweet dreams.
it is 1:29 a.m. Yeah. But anyways, do you guys want to do
Hugs
this
for
again, or
Pan.
do you guys want to try something different?
Different.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, I got.
Okay, Chamber. Thank you so much.
Bye, Chamber.
Have a good night. I'm in all caps. Fuck my life. My neighbor. It's 10:30. Why are you vacuuming?
As they should. Cleaning the snare stops. As they should.
Done.
Maybe they just spilled some
Oh
chips.
God, no.
Or
Maybe they're
drop the
OCD.
ashes. Yeah.
Me AF though, I wait till like it hits at least 7:30.
Nah, I'm one of those people who mow my lawn at a brisk 4
Oh,
a.m.
whoops. Did not mean to
At
exit
a
out of the
big
game.
when?
I said at a brisk 4 a.m.
Why 4 a.m.? What if I'm
Because
dead asleep?
the sun's not out.
The sun is out. It's just you just can't see it.
No, sun behind Earth, so I don't see sun.
I mean, technically, it's there. Are you gonna say that the sun doesn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
Huh? The Earth is flat.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to mute you, bro. I'm just kidding.
Facts.
I'm just kidding.
Facts, bruh.
Nah, I mow my lawn at 3 a.m. The witching hours gotta battle them demons. Neon. So true though. Wait, I want to show everyone my lava lamp. I'm still not over how cool this thing is. Can you see it? Oh my god. Please? Look
Oh,
at
I can
this.
kind of see it. It's not
Thank
moving.
you for the head pats. Look at it.
I got it for 12 bucks.
Tap it. Oh, it's going
crazy.
drip. It's going drip. It's going drip.
There
There it goes. Look at that. Blop.
Why are you tickling the lamp?
What? We're taking the food now?
We're
Oh, it's going
tickling the
back up.
lamp.
It's going back up.
Yeah. I'm concerned.
The
Alright,
lava
thank you, Crusty.
lamp.
Thank you. I was actually thinking about doing rumoring, guys.
Okay.
What's
Sounds good.
rumoring?
All right.
Oh my
I'm
god, that
not
was
sure.
so violent.
Wait, what?
What?
What happened?
Nala is in her bed under my desk, but she flipped the whole fucking thing over and like was scratching it and digging in it. And it terrified me because I was like, what the fuck's by my
Again, as
Shark
she
Boy
should.
and
Let
Lava
her
Lamp?
cook. Let her
Oh, she
cook.
looks comfy as fuck now.
All right.
No,
You're
my cat
clearing
looks
all the
comfy
bad
right now.
stuff?
I
Like
should wake
what?
him up.
Like
I
what?
can't have
Like
peace.
what?
Neither can he.
We're all in this together. I agree.
I don't want to be the first one in the lobby.
Yeah, that's why I'm waiting. I'm like, somebody.
You can always join the audience at Jackbox.tv.
Ooh. I can use any name? Word? Oh, ala de Kunti
Empty energy drink cans, empty chip bags,
Oh,
pineapple
no, that's so
containers.
hoarder.
Dude.
Is that how you spell it?
Dude, same. That's why I didn't go to work today.
been kind of just in an anxious rut
Oh, you can
because
write
of
your
my
own.
whole
Oh, I'm so
spinal
dumb. I just picked.
issues, and I've put off cleaning.
Dude,
So I had to take my day. I had to take my day.
I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
The big espresso depresso. Yes, yes, I agree with you. That's exactly what I had to do. Sorry, my hair is still a little damp. So I'm like trying to like air it out by fluffing it. Fluffing it a bit. It's very, very damp. It's very strange. My hair is just really, really, like there's a lot of hair here. But no, like I scrubbed the floors. I bleached the entire bathroom from like the top to bottom. I scrubbed the heck out of the floors. I even did the wall trimmings because that also collects a lot of dust and I hate that. I also did the windows because you know how like you close and open the windows and the dust gets trapped there? I took that out. I was like, no, we cannot have this anymore. The fans, the ceiling fans, I wiped those down clean too.
Whose internet?
I did a lot.
Netsuka. Oh, ew.
I have no idea who that is. I have to spit it over multiple
wait, everyone
weeks so
has
the
their, like,
bins that we
weird
have will be
names.
full too soon.
Oh, did I
don't
not- did
want
I
to tell my
not make
parents I'm
this?
busy
Did-
with it.
No,
as they don't
you
know if I
can
have
pick a nickname
an
on
energy addiction.
Oh.
And then you pick something to describe yourself.
I see, I see. Well, definitely take your time with it too.
It's all good,
I mean, like
Chrissy.
you can
We're
also
at-
take it out,
I
trash
think we're
somewhere
good on
else
that
too.
part now we
I
can just like
think.
move on and just not worry about it.
I
Yeah, just
see.
like, don't worry about it. Wait, how many of us are in there? There's 6 of us, right? Okay, I mean, if anybody else want to join, you guys are more than fine.
Yeah, anyone
Yes,
wants
okay,
to
I got you,
join,
man. Thank you so much for
go
joining
ahead.
in. We appreciate
If
you.
you needed to leave a lurk, Chamber, go ahead. Go ahead and leave a lurk if you need to. I'll be right here for at least another hour.
Yo, Val, you wanted to do like a watch party on that? Afro Samurai? No, actually,
I wanted
no.
to watch the entire Insidious series again because a new one's coming out.
I actually heard about that. But,
Yeah,
Insidious
I wanna-
Chapter 18.
I think Joe needs to do a watch party on that. Yeah, Afro Samurai watch party. No, you know what? Let's do it on your
Okay,
Discord,
then
Joe.
we'll do Insidious online then.
Okay, Insidious on Failed Kimchi's.
What
Everything
days are we
Everywhere-
picking? We gotta split the days, guys.
Everything everywhere all at once on mine, and then Afro Samurai at Joe's.
We have to pick a day.
Well, I did say my watch party will
Every
be
day,
next
all
week.
day.
So
Next week?
yeah, next week.
Hmm.
No, next weekend.
I kind of want to split it up because how many is there? How many Insidious is there?
It is an anime.
I think it's 4 Insidious, yeah.
So I'd have to do like one Saturday, then one Sunday, then the next Saturday, and then the next Sunday or something
Actually,
like that.
let me look it up.
Nope, household trash goes into household
Yeah, no,
bins
you're-
that
you're
are
more
emptied
than-
every
Oh,
week.
yeah,
If
so
I
it
dump
is.
it into an
Joe,
outside
you're a
container, I
mod
can
here.
get me
You can share
citation for
Discord, of
dumping
course.
household trash.
Yeah, it is
Oh,
4,
really?
and then the 5th one's coming out this year.
I see, I see.
Nice.
I see.
It says
I didn't know
July
there was a
6th is
citation
when
for
it's
that.
coming out.
July
The-
6th for...
The 5th one, yeah. The new one that's coming
5th
out.
one?
Oh, actually it says 7. It's weird because for my town it's 6. For other places it's like 7, so I guess
It
depends.
probably premieres on the 7th, but then it comes out on the
I
6th
can- I'm
because
just
they
gonna
do like
start.
the midnight premiere or whatever.
I don't know how to play this one, but I'll pay attention.
That's
I'll pay
how it
attention.
is at when I worked at the movie theaters. Thursday night, if a movie came out Friday, then Thursday night they would have things.
Like early.
Derriere.
Yeah.
Derriere.
Thomas is playing Dying Light. I'm sorry, I shouldn't read that out loud.
Samurai Jack was. Samurai Jack
I'm
was
sorry.
great. I'm glad they are able to like finish
Exposing
it.
Thomas?
like, on
Poor
Adult
Thomas.
Swim.
I'm so sorry, Thomas.
Like, come on, I just want to play
Poor
my
Thomas.
game.
I am so glad that this has subtitles. I have no idea.
you will be playing. So play it up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're loud.
Oh
Just
no,
mute
it's
me.
not even you guys.
Loud noises!
The goal is to gain favor with your fellow
Gain
players
favor
by
with your
answering
fellow
questions
players
in a
by
funny way,
answering questions in a funny
or
way, a genuine way, or
where you
brutal
stare
way.
them in the eye while
Oh my god, why do I have caps on? Drama.
Hey, what's up, pals?
I'm
Grave
Manu,
Digger.
and I'm
Grave
Grave Digger.
Digger.
Elderly
I'm Killy, I'm an
mobster.
elderly mobster.
So
I'm gonna
as the Pokemon.
steal all your lunch monies.
Big Mac Miller.
That makes you a bully, not a mobster.
Hates
Hates
beans.
Oh my god, but you look like a bee.
Character looks like a bee.
Points are gained through popular answers and
Alright, heading into
lost if you
Vednek.
are
Good
eliminated.
night, Ballsy.
I'll
Thank
be
you so much
keeping
for
the
stopping
totals a
by. I
secret
appreciate
until the
you,
very end.
okay?
Good night, Ballsy.
Take care.
Boomerang.
Take care.
So is this like a popularity contest?
Yes.
So can we
Alright,
have
let
an
me-
Insidious watch party?
It's at answer questions however you want.
Immediately
Let me just
see
exit out real
something that
quick.
makes
Hold on.
you
Wait, what?
furious. What set you off? Answer the prompt on your
You
device.
immediately see
Remember
something
to
that
use
makes
your
you
unique
furious.
point of
What
view
sets
when
you
answering.
off?
Details about yourself and other players are
Oh, you're
always
supposed to
fair
answer
game.
it from like your description.
Yeah.
I see.
Yes. We'll definitely do that tomorrow. Cause like tomorrow, I said I'm gonna stuff. So while I'm working on it, Ballsy, we can just talk about tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, it's like 150 per
to
back
see
because
what-
the strain it puts on the environment.
Yeah,
So
yeah, of course,
collectors on the
probably.
road so often. I'm also gonna be donating a lot of my old stuff that I don't use anymore. Dude, same. Hello, Kalalo? Can I call you Lalo? Whoa, this Jackbox looks different. Or rather, I haven't seen this game yet. Yes, I think it's one of the newer games. Namu, this is one of the newer games, right?
Yes.
Oh,
make those voices
he
sound
deafened.
Big difference.
Yeah, Lalo works. Okay,
Fortnite.
awesome.
Wow.
Fortnite.
What does that have to do with
Definitely.
Gravedigger? What does that have to do with Gravedigger?
A mountain of jelly beans? Oh my gosh. Books not in alphabetic order from the author's last
word?
name? Why?
I have an OCD
A badger.
problem.
I fucking hate
badgers?
badgers.
Wait, so if you're playing like a Harry Potter kind of game, like, and you see a
Stock
Hufflepuff,
market
you would just
crash.
like bully the badge. You would bully
Vent the venture
Hufflepuff?
capitalist.
Elderly moms.
Which answer
Yeah,
do
go
you
on.
love the most?
Oh,
Go to the device
no.
now.
It's what your grandparents got for you. Listen, if it works for you. Okay, hold on.
Just choose.
Oh, you can only choose one. Oh, I thought you could choose like two.
No,
Okay.
it's just one.
Here's who received votes.
If it works though, if it works for you, if it has no value,
I did
doesn't
not
bring
get
you
a point.
happiness,
Well,
other people
Because you
don't
didn't
use
do
it,
anything about
it's
Gravedigger.
fine.
Winner.
It's fine.
The
You'll
winner
do great.
exactly. It
Gets
has
an
to relate
advantage.
to your character.
I didn't know I didn't know we're role playing here.
Wait, safety
Namu,
from
get it
wait, wait.
together.
We don't have to.
Wait,
We don't have
safety
to.
from elimination?
Elimination time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Elimination. There's elimination.
Player to
Yes.
be eliminated.
This is basically like
It's like one of
Cards
those
Against
drama
Humanity?
shows. It's like a drama
Do you know what I?
show.
It's like
Yeah.
Cards Against Humanity. So it's like whoever's answers are the favorite, then you vote, and then
Oh, it
yeah,
tells you
goes from
who
there.
voted
Vote
for
for
you.
the player you'd like to send
Yes.
home. Want to add a reason? I won't stop you.
I don't want nobody to leave.
Oh, I can't spell.
I don't. It's actually kind of sad because you have to vote them out.
Feeling confused about which player to
See,
send?
I
have planned this Sunday.
actually have
I don't know.
compulsive disorder. Okay, I'm going through a whole journey.
Your avatar looks like your ex.
I'm going through a whole
Close your
journey.
eyes and press the random name.
I have a lot of issues that have to deal with
A rental.
holding on to things. So I completely understand how that feels.
It's gonna be me.
Oh shoot.
Yep.
It's gonna be me.
It's gonna be me.
Who's to blame? Wait, it shows.
Like grudges? No. Wait, is this a Discord version? No, it's not a Discord version. Namu is just screen sharing, but he has all Jackbox packs. So yeah.
Man, I could say the same thing for you when you're playing, what was it? Trivial Murder Party.
Hey, I won one of those games.
Before you go,
Oh no, you look distraught. You look so distraught.
I'm depressed.
Namu, I've definitely seen it somewhere before. Oh, if you go to our multi-stream.
Oh, he can say something. You can say something.
There you go.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Oh shit.
You can go to our multi-stream, and he is there.
No.
Oh my gosh.
You spell it right.
Oh my god.
That was funny. I was like, Namu, you can say something. He's like, yeah. Oh wait, he's back.
Our new roommate.
Someone
No, that's not
completely
me.
different.
I'm Namu.
It's E-Girl Namu. It's E-Girl Namu.
I'm EM Namu.
It's E-Girl Namu.
E-Girl Namu, who's a jealous
I am
banker.
EM Namu.
Banker.
Who's this I am Namu you guys are talking about? Sounds like a loser.
You're cooking something
Wait, you're cooking for another player.
positive they'll enjoy.
I don't know why it unpinned itself.
I've chosen
You
another
pin
player
this
for you to talk
one.
about.
You need
Their
to
name
do-
is on your device.
Hmm.
I got the perfect teammate.
Oh, I don't want to put.
Ew.
I
Audience
have an
voted.
idea, but it's kind of pushing it. I'm not doing that.
Push. Feel good.
It's a book, but I don't want to do that.
There isn't much left I can clean up anymore. Okay.
Cookbook?
That's alright. I have a lot of stuff that my mom's gifted me through the years, but
Yes,
I'm
Bella,
either
anyone
gonna
can
have to give
join.
it back to her or just
Well, so okay, so here's the thing.
donate
like,
it because
Belle,
I just
like,
have so much stuff. Like,
you've
there's
been with
no
me-
way I'm gonna
with
use
me for a
it.
while, so you're like good. But for those who are new, they have to like say something on the chat, and then if they want to join Discord, they have to be verified.
Mando!
But yeah, Belle, anyone can join. But again, moderations here are just like a little bit strict.
Joe, do
due to-
Insidious.
Okay, we went there.
Dude, I'm loving these
Which
audience
is why if,
polls.
I can stream that, or if anyone.
Apple pie without beans. Why would there be beans in apple pie? Boiled carrots? Since you just
Wow.
Wow, you guys said we should roleplay, so I'm
Spicy
roleplaying
ramen
now.
with kimchi and toasted seafood.
Stop! You making me hungry.
Chili without the beans, of course. How many Insidious movies are there? 4 total.
Apple.
Apple.
They will enjoy chocolate pie I will
Sorry.
make from
I
scratch.
won't go farther than that.
I love. How about you? Vote on your device now.
I don't know what she meant.
I know what she meant by that.
You know. Yeah, I didn't want to.
Oh, good lord. Are you
Final
trying to
book.
watch them all in one day? No, I was gonna try to watch them one a day. Yeah, split it up. Like, so Saturday, Sunday, and then the next Saturday and Sunday, and then officially the movie will come out.
Let's see those votes.
I enjoyed that ramen.
You're very welcome.
Damn, now I want some. I want some ramen.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll make you some.
Shit.
I'll make you some. With kimchi and toasted
Oh,
seaweed.
Zarya got points too.
You know I have my own kimchi and seaweed, right?
Eliminate a player who voted for your answer.
Well, so do I.
Real allies are.
Wait, what?
It's time
Oh.
for an elimination.
Wait, what?
You have to vote for someone who voted for your answer.
Vote for the player
Listen,
you
alright,
want eliminated.
listen.
No,
I mean-
you can choose me. You can choose me.
No, no, choose me and what?
We know what happened, Kimchi. We know. I know. You know. We know. You either need a computer or you need a phone. Either way, Belle.
Oh no, what is it? Oh no.
It's me. It's me. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me.
Okay, let's see the new name.
Oh my god.
Oh, I know.
Dude, this one's funny. I like this one.
What do you mean take your kimchi? I don't want your kimchi. Have
Oh,
a
I
with
said
soup.
I
So
wouldn't
as long
make
as
food
long
for
as you
you.
have
You
like
look
a-
so distraught.
as long as you have a yeah. hold
Nama,
on,
you
hold
can
on,
say something.
hold on,
You can say
hold on,
something.
Hold on. Fuck you, kimchi.
Gone, but not forgotten. I believe we have a new
Oh my
guest.
god.
Oh, I am. I'm
Nom.
Retired painter.
If you want to do Insidious, yeah, let's plan it out.
Quickie.
It's a quickie.
What the fuck?
Oh shit.
Talent show.
Talent show. Alright, go.
What unique talent are you showcasing?
Ah,
We're
so
going to do this
talented.
one in the dark. Answer the prompt, but when it's time to vote, you won't know who wrote what.
Oh, I see. Answer anonymous. Ooh.
Did I answer too fast? The fuck?
Be
Oh my
aware
god,
that you're
chat.
halfway through
Quickie
the
like in the
time.
parking lot behind Lowe's.
What?
Come on,
I thought it was
roomie.
supposed to be behind the library.
I wonder which roomie I am. Well, that's not anonymous. That's not anonymous at all.
Honestly.
I think that may be Namu.
Michael.
I am Namu.
Oh my god.
Cookie pie.
Cookie
What kind
pie.
of cookie pie? That doesn't sound right.
Oh, Batman?
I like that.
Which answer really caught
Respect
your
that
eye?
one.
I'm mold in the
Device
darkness.
now.
I like that one.
The only thing that announced saved Namu.
was
Except I did
mold
not.
in the dark.
I'm still role playing, man.
Molded by it.
So who did we vote for?
Hey!
Let's go, Ice Boys.
He said it on
Careful.
And here's
I was born in the darkness, molded by it.
player to keep safe.
I can
as
protect
well.
Namu,
Got something
You would
to say to the
protect
player with
Namu?
advantage?
but I won't.
Make your case.
Well, you know what, Vent?
Oh, but I won't.
Vent.
Everyone looks so
Oh, what's
nervous.
I must protect the bean hater.
Bean.
Elimination
Hate the
time
beans.
has arrived.
No
Remember
beans.
this feeling?
Remember?
Vote for a player to be eliminated from the game.
Oh, I wonder who I'm gonna vote for.
Same.
I'm voting for someone different.
I literally do, but you know what?
Thank
It's okay.
you. Yeah.
Oh. When is Namu getting OnlyFans? Never. Ew.
What about
Half
only
the time is up. Plan accordingly.
You know, you can't take that joke because Joe
Eliminated player is
Joe came up with that joke first.
What?
How?
Ooh, turned on you.
Yeah, I want to see it. Wow. I can believe Carrot can't.
I don't like her kimchi. Oh. I just want to see you get voted off again.
Anything you want
No.
Hurtful.
Yeah, so Zorai's gonna say, F you guys.
You can type whatever you want. Get.
By
Semi-truck!
By the semi.
Be the same.
Uh-oh, what is it?
Hang on, I'm coming. Hey,
Oh,
you got a brand new
nice little hat.
Welcome, new player.
Lady Zoraya.
Lady.
Oh,
Hate
no,
spiders.
no, I hate things. That's mine.
Round 4.
OnlyFans or OnlyFeed. Now I gotta make OnlyFans.
I think the only
Another
bad thing
player
about
has
this one is that
started
this
hoarding
Jackbox
something
is
in the
super
house.
long.
Wow, you know who else was
And what are
hoarding?
they
The
not
book hoarder.
sharing?
But guess who happened?
Select the player you want to write about on your device, and then answer the prompt.
Oh, dude.
Oh no. I can't think of this one.
Pick a random person. That's what I did.
Who's Intern Netsuka?
In my chat.
That's
Internesuka.
Tell them I love them. And I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
You're being mean to the hater.
I know
of
that was
the-
actually
Waste your
Illumi.
time, roomies.
No, Illumi. Gonzo.
I guess so.
Illumi Schlep.
Schlep.
I can send it.
Illumi sleep. I'll hate beans with you. My lava
I'm
lamp's
sweating
going
over here.
crazy. I should just have a lava lamp cam.
Lava lamp cam.
Yeah.
Make people spend their points to get lava lamp.
Why won't they share those Big
Big
Macs?
Macs.
Carrots, yeah, not a
Oh,
real.
Illumi.
Wow.
He doesn't show his paints. Oh my god,
Exactly.
how
Rude.
dare.
Rude.
Probably
show my
hoarding the
page.
beans up there.
Whoa.
Oh!
They hate beans. They can't be hoarding beans.
Hey, you know, some people say they hate them.
They have a
Yeah,
shrine
shrine
for
for
beans.
them.
Exactly. You see. No, Kenji knows. Kenji
Fake
knows.
bean hater.
Them beans.
So many people know
Love
about
you,
the
Internet
beans.
Suka.
Damn.
Now,
Kimmy knew.
So many people knew about the beans.
You know, you say that, but then you also see Lee Zoraya saying, probably holding the beans up their ass.
They probably are.
We don't know. We'll never know. How will they ever
We
know?
have to do a cavity
Like
check.
her take back my statement.
who got the votes?
Streamer bias.
Presenting your challenge winner.
Oh
And if
god.
your name showed up in an
Why would you
answer,
put beans
you
up
get
your
points
butt?
too.
Good question.
Oh.
Easier to
It's a
digest.
question, nothing else.
You can
Swap
swap
points with another
with
player.
another player.
Wait, I don't want to
So
swap
who's it gonna be?
points.
You have no
Do
choice.
you have a lot of points? How many you got?
None of your business.
For real?
Wait, you can choose not to swap?
Yeah.
What?
The herd. Brutal.
Why is that an
Player that
option?
you want
Oh no, am I
eliminated.
getting mail?
Yeah, you get mail. Who tried to eliminate me last round? Hmm.
Probably just not.
My friend sucked a toe.
Wait, did you say your friend just sucked a toe?
Wait, what?
No, I'm reading
Isn't what
chat.
Namu just said?
Oh, I
No,
read it.
I'm reading a chat.
I read it. I don't need to say it, but I
get
read
up to
it.
the point here. Says, yeah, what Krusty says. Well, TMI, and I don't know how you know that, but
Pick up the pace.
There's some medication that you have to put.
Wait,
you said mood? What?
The eliminated player is.
I swear.
Namu
Okay,
again.
Yeah, everyone hates Namu.
I didn't vote for Namu.
I know who did.
What the
I'm
guys?
voting for you and Namu.
Internet, I'm so sorry. Liar.
Liar.
Listen, we gotta insert those
Bean
beans
hoarder.
somehow, right?
Spoiled
Bean
kimchi. I'm spoiled. I really am
Wow.
Spoiled
How
more
many
like
lives
a
does Namu
boiled.
have? Is the real question.
The audience tried to vote to eliminate me, you hoes!
We get it. The house won't be the same without them. The door.
I just said.
As they should.
Who do we
Oh
have?
god, he's
Was
losing it.
Was it?
He's
Was it?
He's an influencer. Oh no!
Oh
no!
my god!
He's lost all his marbles.
No, I quit. No, I'll be anything but not an influencer. Are you freaking kidding me?
Dude, Namu lost 3 times.
Oh my god, no.
Oh
You might
my
as well act
god.
yourself.
Final chance.
No.
Deserve to win.
I'm not gonna even try this one.
Yourself. It's the
It's
They
the
call me a freaking
finale.
influencer.
Sponsored.
Yeah, you're a Twitch streamer, man.
Box.
I'm a streamer, but I'm not an
In a
influencer.
box.
I want you to think about everything that's happened. This journey
Ah.
coming to an end, and ask
What
yourself,
happened was.
at the beginning and end of every day, what do you whisper?
There.
Did you at least make it an influencer thing?
I hate people. If people call
You
me
hate
that,
people?
Like, if people call me that, if people call me influencer,
Influencer.
yeah, like, I hate it. I
Hey,
freaking hate
but this is your persona.
More than you hate Uwu?
Ooh.
I'm gonna ban you guys.
Be aware that you're halfway through your time.
Oni-chan Daisuke.
Oh yeah, yep. You're
Oni-chan.
banned. Hold on.
Oh,
Whoa, that
No,
wasn't
Ben,
me.
you're-
That wasn't
you're
me,
banned.
bro.
You're-
That
you're-
wasn't me. That wasn't me, man. That wasn't me.
Hold on. Where is
That
it?
wasn't
Where's-
me. That wasn't me, man. That
where is
wasn't
it?
me.
Hold on,
Cringy,
it's gonna-
cringy,
there we
cringe.
go.
Excuse me, friends. Oh, shit. I think we're in trouble. Being an influencer.
Wow.
At the end of the day.
Oh, jeez.
I returned. Is that pie?
Wow.
Into any of
Oh
my
my god.
I'm sorry. Gotta get that
Get
bread.
that bread, baby.
It's time for the final vote. Who do you think should win Roomerang?
Soraya?
Vote on your device now.
Soraya?
Come on, you know you want that ramen. No, I want
Listen,
that ramen.
listen. Don't think
Ramen.
too hard on it.
Ramen. With the
There's
kimchi
there's
and
no
seaweed.
Hey, Kimchi, guess what? Your ramen.
I'm never cooking for you.
I
You
said
did
that.
not.
I did.
Who shouldn't win?
Who
We all
shouldn't
know.
win?
We all know.
Oh no.
Hater of ramen.
Me. I didn't say I'm a hater of ramen. I'm just a hater of Kimchi's ramen. Oh wait, I didn't.
Oh,
I
you've
didn't-
never had my ramen before. I'm never making ramen again because Namu.
Good. We'll be doing a world favor.
What a bunch of homies.
And
Look at that.
who took one last chance to hold you back?
Namu, you son of a gun.
Carrots.
I
How
only got 3.
dare
Who did not vote me?
Oh
Yeah,
fuck! I'm
good
sorry,
point,
Namu.
let's go.
No, lady. Oh, carrots.
I didn't got negative
Internet.
points.
Vent. Oh my god, vent.
Honestly, I honestly
Taste
don't
the
know
ramen.
why.
You can taste the ramen. You can taste.
By 1.
Yes. Oh my god.
It's because Namu held me
not
back that
negative.
one last time. He did it. He did it. Victory
Eat my
speech.
ramen.
Victory
Eat
speech.
my
Eat ramen. Eat
Namu.
ramen. It was just eat this R. I like that one. That one's fun.
I have enough time for one more, but that's about it because it's already
one more?
11.
Okay, one more. This is gonna be the last one.
Wait, do you want to do a different one or you want to do the same one?
That's up to you. Or
Oh, it's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. I don't.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
yeah, you guys are not making this any easier for
I know.
us.
Let's just do this one then.
You have all the Jackboxes, right?
Yeah, I do.
Can we do the wheel?
Oh
yeah,
we
the
can-
wheel. Let's do the
We can do the
wheel.
wheel. We can do the wheel. Yeah.
Which one's
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that like the big mountain one?
That's the one that I always lose.
Let's definitely do the wheel.
Where is it? The wheel. Yeah, this one.
The wheels
No,
on
I'm
the
not gonna
bus
say.
go
Dude,
round
we need
and
to have
round.
like mics or something like that to like get that thing going. But maybe not this time, Lana. But maybe next time when we do Jackbox again, we'll do that one. When we get like more people in.
Which one?
We're doing the wheel.
Namu, you had 0. Yeah, Joe. Imagine.
Oh, hold on. There you go.
Oh, Namu. I guess if we really wanted to do the drawing ones, we'd have to lock a full 8.
A what?
Lock a full, like, however many you can do the drawing ones. Like, if we actually do drawing ones, we'd have to, like, lock a full lobby. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think
You know what I
there's a
mean?
way you can do a password, right?
There is.
I mean, he can just not share the room code and then type it to us.
Well, either way, I prefer
I meant
doing,
for the future.
I prefer
Yeah.
like doing Gartic phone rather than like.
I
Okay.
would love to do
Yeah.
Gartic phone, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do that next
Maybe next
week.
time.
Ori!
Ori, thank you so much for the raid.
The
Wait, actually, I didn't
raid.
know you were. Wait, I didn't know you were streaming. What were you doing? Wait, were you doing Phasmo?
Phasmo. You didn't see her name
Oh.
pop up on the side of... I would notice my wife's name on the side of your
Of course
stream.
you would.
Of course.
Well,
Well,
Ori,
how was your Phasmophobia
congratulations.
stream?
Oh, sorry.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on your 700 followers.
700! Let's fucking go! Woo! Crazy.
I was like, oh, 699?
crazy.
Let's fix that right now.
Nice. That's so sick.
Hold on. There we go. Yeah, Ori, we're doing the last we're doing one last thing on Jackbox. So if you want to join,
Yep.
you're more than welcome to.
Then Kimchi's gotta lay down. And do some yoga, probably.
Hey yo.
Do you need to stream this one or no?
Huh?
On the Discord.
I think he does.
Oh shit! Did I not stream this? Yo, Panda, thank you so much for the raid.
Double raid? Let's fucking
Yeah, I got a double raid.
12
Panda,
hours
I didn't know you were streaming as well.
12-hour stream.
But Panda was also playing Phasmo. How did
Oh, they were playing Phasmo
how
together.
do you not?
Gotcha.
How do you not see this, Namu?
It's because I'm not on my browser right now. Except I know I'm not on the Twitch browser right now.
I think you
Yeah,
still
thank
need
you
to
for
share
giving a
your
shout out
stream.
to Panda Joe.
Wait, I also gave him a shout out. Dang, I get no thanks. I see how it is.
I didn't say thank you
It's because
for
I'm
Ori.
Kimchi. I did both.
Oh, you did
Before
both.
Joe
Okay,
too.
no, now I
Both
see it. Now
before
I'm
him.
sorry. Kimchi, I'm sorry. Kimchi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He's not sorry.
I know.
Oh, man,
Why
no,
the
it's
fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
But we got 3 more people that wants to join in, and this is gonna be our last one. Welcome to. There is a
Don't pick
code
on my
over
life,
here.
damn it. Thank you, Lori. Love you. Oh
Hey,
shoot.
no, Kimchi's my homie. Okay, I can pick on her as long as I want. Okay.
All I have to say is, you should go get Napa cabbage and then smash him with the whole thing.
You should
That's
get a
very
what?
specific.
Just like
You
a
know,
big old
I'm just gonna
fat
catch up with
Napa
my
cabbage and then smash him with the
Oh.
whole thing.
mouth. Wait, have you ever heard of a kimchi slap in a Korean drama?
No.
Oh, I need. I'll send you a link.
Yeah, please do. And I'm like, I've
I'll
never
send-
seen nobody.
I'll send you a link.
Namu, are you gonna stream on Discord?
Yeah. No,
Oh
okay.
shit! Did I not? Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
It still didn't
No,
do
you're
it.
fine. You got double rated. Please take care of your chat too.
Chat don't matter.
Oh.
Because I'm in the
Wow,
chat.
Vent.
I am
Wow.
chat. I am chat.
Wow, Vent. Wow.
Don't
Oh,
say that,
this
Ventro.
mountain. I was trying to
Ventro.
figure out what mountain you were talking about. I see.
Yeah, I was
I
like,
see the
oh,
mountain.
man.
Yeah, we're like.
I guess we can just start with 5 of us. I guess.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be our last one.
Oh, wait, there's another raid.
Oh, third raid.
Damn, Tiny.
Well, maybe somebody might join from their group.
Tiny, thank you so much for the raid. How are you?
Destiny 2, fun.
Guys, definitely check out Tiny. She's like an amazing like community. She has an amazing community, and she does a lot of like Destiny 2 stuff.
Joe. Joe, give it up.
You guys are literally.
Give it up, Joe.
Tiny, how are you? How's your stream? How was everything?
Who's
my
the
friend?
best mod? I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
Amy, Mighty. You guys are both the best mods. Okay.
That one's getting fired.
Tiny, how are you? And Ben, thank you so much for the hydrate.
Of course.
And Tiny, if you want to join in, if you want to join in Jackbox, this is gonna be our last game.
No.
But yeah, you're more than welcome to join in. If not, it's totally fine. Definitely get yourself some like good rest after the stream.
Now explain to me why Afro's not in this
Kimchi told
game.
me to give up showing love. That's cold. Kimchi. Kimchi. What's Joe saying here? You're telling him to like give up. Y'all are fighting on my chat.
I have screenshots, Joe. You said all this love is making me want to throw up.
Oof.
You have traveled.
I think I with my
to
cuz who
the
got here. I
sacred
said, gotcha.
mountaintop, seeking answers from the all-knowing wheel of enormous proportions.
Still playing Destiny. Gotcha, Tiny.
You
And
now
Tiny,
ask
again,
the
thank you so much for
wheel
that.
any one question
Appreciate
that
you.
torments your very soul. Should you be chosen, your
I love my
longing
brother
for
Namu.
truth
Thank you,
will
Joe.
be
You love
satisfied,
Turtle. Yes,
and your
Turtle.
life
Turtle was
forever
your homie
changed.
since back then. I go back and forth on Boom, man.
Too much love and cutesy stuff makes my stomach churn. Right there. Sending it to you, Joe. Straight to you.
If you can't come up with a good question,
I
we'll get
asked
you
a
something
very
random. Better than
life-changing
nothing, right?
It's very important that I win,
Very
so my
well.
question is
The
ready.
Great Wheel invites
Same.
you
I
to the
really need it.
mountaintop.
I feel like Joe, you're still trying to like say something here. Like you.
Well, he doesn't love me. Do you see that? Do you see that? He doesn't love me.
So myself.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna take turns spinning me. And you
Tiny,
get
thank you so
points
much for
if
the
I
hype,
land
and
on
thank you
your
so much for those
strikes.
good vibes. I know it's been a while, but yeah, like
and you'll
I
be
really
able to
appreciate it.
spin the winner wheel. But not just
Hold on.
anyone can spin.
Hey,
it.
I've never been this color.
You have to prove yourself
Aww.
first.
Look
I
at
think
what
you-
Joe put.
You have the
think you
chance
need, like,
to win
20,000
points
points.
thanks to these two slices. but your odds are better
Tiny,
when you have
you're
more.
amazing. Okay, hold
So
on.
let's
I'm
earn some
going
by
to.
doing a little trivia, okay? Okay.
I'm going to
Is that question 1? Yeah, it is.
see
Which
Uno
of these
reversal.
names belong to
Zelda
Disney
edition.
princesses?
Uno reversal. Okay. Zelda
Just tap on
edition.
the ones that fit the prompt.
You're amazing. You're more amazing than I am. Which one's to a Disney princess?
I'm trying my best here.
I think I
Trying my
missed
best.
one.
I
I'm
think
pretty
I
sure
got
missed
them all.
one.
There
I got
would
Pretty
be
sure I
one more.
missed
Oh
one.
shit! I missed. No, I missed 2.
Is it Xiaopan? Is that the one you missed?
I just hate the mushy cutesy stuff. That's the same with me, Joe.
Good job. Provided you answered
Oh
like this.
yeah, I definitely missed 2 of them.
Does everything line up?
Frick.
Oh, I got all
Oh
of them.
shit. I got all of them too. Yes.
Oh,
That's what's
I
up.
missed 1 actually.
Squad,
Special just
squad.
now. That's worth a slice.
Wait, Mulan's a princess?
Yeah. Basically, Disney and main actor or actresses.
I need you to hum the
That was the worst
Jurassic
impression
Park
I've
theme
ever heard.
very
Why would no?
quietly.
Joe,
Even an
stop.
such as
I
myself
wouldn't.
is subject to copyright violations.
That's what it
Which
is.
of these
It's
are
true.
real
Any main
Real
character that's a woman
dinosaurs? Fuck.
is considered.
Parents.
Not to
So,
pretend or anything,
Oh.
but
what
many of
is
these
it?
creatures were once my
I'm gonna
friends.
chill now, but you're amazing. I'm so
Tap
sorry.
the
The
answers that fit.
vegetarian.
Totally
Shorty, how's it
the ones that
going?
don't.
Hurt you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye.
Pachycephalosaurus? Is that a real one?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I just picked the ones I knew.
Pachycephalosaurus, the vegetarian one.
The
Apatosaurus?
vegetarian one.
Spinosaurus.
There's also old chompers.
Velociraptor, Jurassic
Hey, Shorty, what have you been up to?
Okay, Kimchi.
Let's fucking go! I'm no my dino.
Kimchi
You're
knows her
making me take
dinos.
notice. One slice.
I missed 2 of them.
And if you think I
Oh, no, I
didn't
missed
notice
3 of
your
them.
high score,
Damn.
then think again. Take another.
She got 2?
Got you.
I always never
This is the
lie.
last question of the
Are you still
round.
streaming? What? Shorty, you need to
We're
like
gonna
focus on
pair
your
things
streaming
off
as well.
based on this
Oh,
this-
just like a new viewer over there.
This is the one where you have
Where
to like
does
match
this
it.
dog
The
come
show.
from?
You have to
The
match
show?
things.
See two columns that you
what?
can
I don't
slide
know.
up and down.
Wait.
Name an item in column A,
Oh,
then
okay, no, I kind of get it. I
Shit.
kind of get it.
Shit.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I don't know the rest.
Ah, shit. You watch
Shit.
Friends? Ah,
Shit. Shit.
The time to match
Oh
column
my
A to column
god.
B is
I
ending.
can't do this. I can't.
I'm done.
Bing. And what exactly matched what?
I don't know.
Too many
Oh my
dogs.
god,
I-
that's a
dude,
lot.
You got the.
It looks
Dude, I
like
took a
it's
guess on like
you.
3 of
You're
them,
the
and
one
I
for
got
me.
back to back to back.
Hey,
I'm like,
Shorty, this is
bro.
gonna be our last one. But
Nice.
if you and your community wants to play some
Kimchi,
Jackbox,
what dino
we can definitely do so.
Enjoy.
I don't know my
Oh, the
dinosaurs
spinning?
that
Let's go
much.
do
I have.
Jake is from Adventure Time. Yeah, I got Jake. I got Santa's little helper. I got what was it,
Welcome to the
Brian?
mountaintop, where your slices can be spun and turned into points. Pick slots on my face to place your slices.
Kimchi sounds tired.
I
But
am
know
so
this, You
tired.
share the points with everyone who shares a slot with you.
Oh,
The
I only
slot
have
with the
2
2 and the
slices.
X,
Damn.
That one's worth
Oh
double.
yeah, you have to
But
share
look,
points with people who pick the same.
You're gonna take turns spinning me. And I'm excited
Let's
because
go
you are going first.
spin.
Spin, land on light
Swipe the
blue.
wheel on your device to spin.
Why?
You can also
Why
do
you
micro
tap
balls
to
if
spin
that's
that
your thing.
Light blue.
Red. Red.
This is gonna be good. I just know it.
Red.
Oh, 2,000.
Nice.
That's fun.
Nice. That's crazy.
2,000 points for Zaraya.
The power
need some
slice
points.
multiplies until
Oh,
someone
that
lands on it.
sucks.
Hey, it's me.
What does that mean?
It's your turn.
Basically, if it lands on me, I have a chance to.
Good
But
no,
only
like-
only when I have like 2,000.
No, you just get like bonus points or something like that.
Do I? Oh.
Stand by me.
I think you need
Slice
what, like
Owner. You won
20,000
the
to
pot,
win?
but you also get something extra.
Oh,
I can't-
good.
Choose a slice.
and it will be all yours.
Bird.
Ooh, I can't wait to see where you choose.
This one.
Why?
I like
Wow.
Choose that one.
Mine.
Wow.
Questions asking
Wow.
Kimchi. Do you think he is a Hufflepuff
Slytherin
or
like
Slytherin
me.
on Hogwarts?
Slytherin like me.
I'm a Ravenclaw.
You're a Slytherin? Hey, I'm a Ravenclaw too. Let's go.
Let's
I'm
go.
a Hufflepuff.
Let's go.
Let's go. I still have to
Let's
beat that
go.
game. Still have to beat that game.
Oh, Legacy?
I actually don't like.
Yeah, I have-
I'm sorry. I actually don't like Harry Potter.
What? Oh.
The last spin is all in
I've
your
just.
tiny meeple hands.
Let me see. Where?
Yes, I am Slytherin.
Hurry up. I don't want to.
I'm just trying to like spit. Ah, yes.
No, so close.
Does it turn blue?
So close.
Let me
What is
spin
don't
on
you
the
lo-
Wait,
Cumberdaxis.
Ben, don't you love the Ravenclaw? The Ravenclaw
Looks like I
common
can
room?
double as a scoreboard. Isn't that unusual?
You play the game,
need at
right?
least 20,000 points to win.
Don't you love the Ravenclaw common room?
I do like it. It is nice.
Yes.
Every round
Best
starts
common
with
room
2 new
ever.
slices.
I spend all my time in the room of requirement.
All my
so
hard
haven't
work
completed
for
I'm here
nothing.
to ask
Take your time with
question
it,
one,
dude.
and you're here to answer it.
I haven't touched it in
Which
so
of
long.
these things appear in a McDonald's Big Mac, according to the classic
Oh,
jingle?
word?
Wait, what?
When you see an answer that fits the prompt, give it a little tap. That's what I would do.
I don't know. I was just trying to
I
think
don't
of
even
what's in
eat.
a Big Mac.
I don't even eat at McDonald's
don't
anymore.
eat.
I don't.
Some answers,
Same.
baby.
I don't eat the Big Mac, but everything else I
How
will.
did you compare?
Oh shit. Hey!
Nice. Ventro eats Big Macs every day. I'm just
Word.
kidding.
Word.
Just
Word.
kidding.
That's all I can
His
afford.
favorite
Word.
what was the
ringtone is
worst
Big Mac
impression?
song.
Follow-up. Question number 2.
When I was like
I'm gonna
repeating
give you
what
a
he
series
said
of
in
clues
the
to help
Discord,
you answer this
the
question.
Kimchi Nation one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we
Yeah.
have to guess what he's
What
thinking of.
specific facial adornment do I find appealing on certain people? Guess on your device. It's not makeup. In fact, it grows naturally from the face, if one so wishes. Okay, it's made of hair, if you haven't guessed. It may accompany other hairy facial parts, or it may fly solo. For a time, it was associated with beatniks and jazz. The great Frank Zappa sported a big, beautiful black one, paired with an equally bold mustache.
Oh, what are they called? They're called something.
It sprouts in a soulful clump below the lower lip. I'm done with these
How's he
clues.
know?
Do you know the answer?
Got it.
What?
Oh, dude, I couldn't think of what it was called. It's a
You
soul
may know it as the
patch.
Jazz Dab, the Small
I
Bone,
wouldn't-
the Noosh, the Flavor Saver, or even the
Yeah.
Dork Tuft. But I just call it...
Vent's
some
just
of you, it
built
looks like
different.
face fungus.
Sorry, we
Oh,
all
I'm a
lose. Just
robot.
let's just exit.
Literally built diff.
Just exit. Leave game now.
The audience voted so good.
I'm so
Here's a
tired. I've been
slice.
up since 4 a.m.
Have you really?
Yeah, I had to work yesterday,
It's
dude.
like
I
an
worked from
abundance of slices, 'cause
got up
there's
at
2.
4, left at 5, carpooled at 6 to get to work by 8,
Um,
and worked
6?
till.
Wait, hold.
Question 3
Oh,
comes
you
with the
arrived
prize
work
of a
at
power
I'm not
slice.
gonna make
No,
it.
I
I'm
arrived at
gonna
work at 8.
sleep.
Characters are in 12
Yo!
Angry Men.
What is
Oh.
this?
I don't know.
As for you in the audience, vote
I
for
don't
the
know what
player
that show
you
is.
think will do the best. If the majority of you guess right, you'll earn a special slice of your own.
I have no idea.
Agreement to pick every single answer?
Honestly.
I think I got this. And Jeff, thank you so much for the hype.
Every single.
How about some answers, baby?
Baby.
Aww.
It's
word?
that easy. It's that freaking
Wow.
I choose you.
Hey, I got 8
I
points by
thought
picking
about
all
it,
of
but
them.
I was like, I don't know.
I got 8 points.
easy. Dude, if you guys haven't watched the
power
12
slice
Angry
in
Men,
hand, the
it's
meeples
a
praise the
classic.
summit.
You can't handle the
pass.
truth.
No, it's not that movie.
Is that it?
No, it's not that movie.
Well, quite
It's
a
a
hike to get up
very
here,
classic
huh? Now that
movie.
you got your cardio in.
Eh?
I don't know.
Way back in the days.
I
And,
can't stop
watch out for the
yawning.
audience. They have one slice this round to stir up trouble.
I only have Tres?
Great.
The slices you keep go to waste. Hurry up.
New email, and that's Atlas Peabody from Pearl. Yeah, I can see that. And I'm really glad you have
how I
yourself a new
dreamed
email,
that you'd be our
man.
first spinner.
Oh,
How was your Friday? Friday's is pretty good.
Yes. Oh wait. Is it?
Oh, word.
Hey yo.
Wow.
I'll take points.
Okay,
You
yeah, let's
guys
take
have
points,
the
you know?
most
No,
points.
I'll take the points.
No, I got the points too.
No,
I love the
I'll
and
take the
how
points.
thank you so much for the really appreciate you.
Oh, I'll take the points
I
again.
got the points again.
Oh, I'll take the points
Oh
again.
my gosh.
It's like Ventro's gonna win.
You're up.
No, because I still have to
Ventro's
spin the
probably gonna
winner's
win.
wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, it's me. I'm
and
sorry, I'm
also,
sleeping.
Can we have a shout out for Hal? Gex, Hal.
Hal.
Oh, I'll take points. I'll take
Damn it,
those.
I don't have the points this time. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, Ventro's got 20,000 points.
With those points,
Yeah.
you now qualify to spin the winner wheel.
Kimchi.
Winner wheel.
Get over
Oh
here,
shoot,
you.
sorry.
You're gonna
No, you're
spin
good.
me, and if I
I'm
land on
falling
you,
asleep
you
here,
win.
guys.
But land
you
on
got
one
it,
of
got
the
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Sorry,
do Lil
Hal.
spin. Lil spin.
This could be the winning spin.
Thank you for lurking
Why
in
did
my
you spin it
stream,
so
Hal. I
hard?
appreciate
Wow.
you.
I just-
I'm gonna shout you out too.
Just like that. Just like that,
Wow, what?
boys. We will see
What a
my
disappointing
we will see my
ending.
question.
Promise.
Oh, that was a great
What
ending.
a disappointing ending.
Bro, I slammed that game.
What is love, baby? Don't hurt me.
Go on.
Don't
You're
hurt
one
me
step
no
away from
more.
the truth you seek.
What is
I'm
that?
fucking dead.
Baby, don't hurt me.
Oh,
Don't
is it-
hurt me.
This is the answer to my
No
question.
more.
Oh,
Remember to wash your hands.
I don't think
Damn
that-
it.
That's the secret you love.
Damn it.
hey, I think it reads all the questions though. If you just
Game
wait.
Crank, and I played it was a fun experience. I thought it would be great hype. You know,
Look right
that's
there.
freaking awesome, Jeff. Like having
Right
like
there.
an emote that's really meaning to you. I mean, that's why I have Mika as my emotes as well.
I
Zariah.
just wanted to say thank you guys so
Why
much
does
for the
Namu hate my
donations
ramen and
today.
kimchi
I
because it's
appreciate
pointless and
it.
tasteless?
Fuck you. Anyways, thank you guys
I
for
was gonna put
donating.
something about ramen hating. I was going to.
Thank you
real,
guys for
wait.
donating.
Yeah, for real. Was that your last one, Kimchi?
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you guys for donating. I appreciate it. And I am very thankful to be here and to be able to still have a path forward with my spine and everything that my painful shit is going through. I'm okay
Yeah, I
though.
protect you.
Thanks for the hydrate vent.
Shall we do a double raid?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you want someone or did you know someone or
Did I want someone? Why? Oh my god, Ben, I'm gonna have to cap it. Stop! Stop! I don't have that much water. Ben.
It's important to stay hydrated.
You're gonna drown her then.
It's important to stay hydrated.
That's why I put a cooldown on mine.
Oh my god.
On the back
Yeah, I'm
end,
gonna put a cool.
At this
No,
rate,
no,
might as well
no,
put
wait.
bathtub
No, you only have
in
to
the
take
room.
what 6 sips. Look at that.
Yeah, I don't have any more water.
Yeah, thank you so much for the
Oh, hold on.
hydrate.
Here, I'll do this.
Appreciate carrots.
Oh my god, this music kind of a banger though. What?
Do you have someone to rate you or?
No, I don't.
All right, I'll give you one then. I'll put it on
Everyone
chat.
is famous.
famous.
Yeah.
I got you one. I got you one.
Okay.
Not
let me just tell you.
BTS.
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 What?
There we
Thank
go.
you.
There.
Hi, Tencha.
Hold on. What happens if I shout out? What happens if I shout out? What happens? This my husband.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't
Alright.
have anything. Darn.
Alright, I just put on your chat, Kimchi, and I'm gonna deafen myself, guys. You guys are more than
Me too.
like welcome to like just stick around and whatnot. But I'll be right back.
Ah, where's the music coming from? Oh, it is his stream. Okay. Anyways, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna raid Little Shorty. I appreciate you guys so much. I am just very thankful. I was mentioning earlier that I do have a lot of different issues that are going on currently. So this is just part of it. It's very unfortunate, but we'll get through it all and we'll be okay. But yes, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Hold on, let me go back to my feed. Let's see, Namu already rated. Thank you guys, Vent. Oh my god, thank you so much for all the redeems. So many. Thank you, Ballsy, for all the redeems as well. I appreciate it. All the cookies and air horns and head pats. Thank you for stopping by, Pandersoul and Dragon. And thank you for the raid again, Pandersoul. I appreciate it. PlayStation Dude followed me, I think, yesterday. And D-Rad also followed me yesterday. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Everyone take care, okay? Go to your doctor appointments. It's important. Don't be like me, kimchi is bad. Yeah, I started the raid. I will be streaming tomorrow. I'm probably going to do a crafting stream. I don't know what time yet. It would probably be earlier in the day though, for sure. So, but yeah, I'll see you guys later, okay? Thanks so much for being here. Take care, guys. Wait a minute. I think the person that we were trying to raid is not... Wait, what? Hold on. The person that we were trying to raid, I don't think is on right now. I'm gonna wait for Namu real quick. See what he says. I don't know. Should we raid a new person? Sorry, guys. Oh, okay. We're talking to each other through like our through each other's chat. It's so fucking funny. Oh my god, where's Fiore? Fiore streaming? Fiore? Where's Fiore? I don't see it. I'm gonna need Fiore's at. Yeah, I need her at still. Sorry guys, sorry for the hold up. I appreciate you guys waiting. I just don't know Fiore's... Fiore... Lo Grillo. Fiore Lo Grillo.
Okay. What? Did I not type the underscore? Okay. I swear I followed her. But I don't know what the hell happened. Okay? Alright, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Alright, take care, okay? Bye, guys! I appreciate you guys. See you guys later tomorrow, okay?